All right, let's go. Put it on your forehead. All right.
We moving?
Let's see if we can get through the meeting before Rich gets ready.
So I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the March 6th meeting of the Planning Commission. And could we have a call to order and a Pledge of Allegiance? And Leslie, could you lead us in the pledge?
Oh, yes. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fresco, absent. Vice Chair Lambert.
Here.
Commissioner Landris.
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon. Absent. And Commissioner Perry.
Here.
Chair Fonda Bernardi.
Here. Okay, Planning Director's report.
Good evening, Commission. Coming up at your next meeting on March 20th is a hearing for a project at 1707 Cloverfield Boulevard. It's a development review permit for a housing project. I think it's about 50 to 60 units. Also that night we have 2 track maps for the Ocean Avenue projects that the Commission approved a few months ago. These are following up with the maps, so you'll see those on the March 20th meeting. Then on April 3rd, there is a fence wall hedge modification appeal at 630 21st Place. And then also that night we have the Virginia Avenue housing project coming back to the Commission. Upcoming at City Council on March 26th is the zoning ordinance amendments that the Commission reviewed a few weeks ago. And then also the AHPP ordinance amendment to eliminate the extremely low income option. Community meetings last, whatever night that was, last Wednesday, I think, February 28th, we had the Pico Wellbeing Project community meeting. I know some of you were there. At that meeting, we talked about zoning on Pico. We are currently working on synthesizing those results, and we'll bring that to the Commission in April or May. And then the next workshop for the Pico project will be regarding the vending rules, and that will be March 13th. And then tomorrow night, March 7th, is a meeting of the R1 Technical Working Group. I believe Commissioner Lambert's part of that group. And that is at the SMI room in the parking structure across the street. And that's from 7 to 9 p.m. And that concludes my report.
Any questions?
I just wanted to thank staff, in particular Peter James, for the Pico Wellbeing Project community meeting on the 28th. I thought it was a robust discussion and went into quite a bit of detail, and we could see in the structure of the responses some of the nuances of community feelings on particular uses, and I think that's going to be very helpful. But as was stated, I think, a number of times at the meeting, we want to make sure that everyone knows that that was not their only opportunity to comment, that when it comes back, there's opportunities to comment to the Planning Commission, as always, and ultimately to Council. So, but thank you for that. I know Commissioner Perry was there as well.
I have a question.
Leslie.
The vending rules, is that a community meeting on March 13th?
Street.
I know it's street. And same with economic opportunity. That's April 6th in the community, right? Okay, thanks.
Okay. No other questions? There are no statements of official action. There are no minutes to approve. And we have a request to alter the agenda, and the request is to move up the Stanford project, which is item 9A, to the head of the queue. And just want the pleasure of the group. The architect is not feeling so good. Apparently he has bronchitis. So
I have no objection, but do we know if there are any folks who are planning to speak to it from the public who think that that's not going to happen for another hour? I don't have objection to the move. Okay, and planning staff hasn't heard from anyone that they're, okay. Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion then to alter the agenda, moving up the Stanford project. Okay, second, any objections or discussion?
I have to recuse myself because my family owns property within 500 feet of the site.
Okay. Anyway, I'd like to have a vote by acclamation. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. So we're going to do that. Thank you again for everybody else on the other two items for your indulgence. And let's start with the Stanford project. Already, yeah.
Chair, before you get the staff report, you may want to start with your ex parte disclosures.
Yeah. Okay. Ex parte communications.
I haven't been to the site since we got the staff report, but I used to live in the neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with it.
Richard.
I went past the site 3 or 4 days ago and spent half an hour having a look at it, and had a short talk to Mr. Filonis this afternoon of about 4 minutes discussing the ins and outs of issues at approximately 4:55.
Yeah, I don't have a disclosure, a specific disclosure, but just generally within the last couple of months, I drove that area looking at what the changes that were happening in the neighborhood, but without this particular project in mind. I don't have a specific date on that.
Mine is the same as Commissioner Perry's. I'm familiar with the neighborhood and the area and the changes, but not this site-specific review.
All right, and I'm also familiar with the area because I work nearby. Staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Scott Albright, and I'm a senior planner in the City Planning Division. This evening, I'm going to present to you the project at 1618 Stanford Street, which is a development review permit. Its case number is 18ENT-0182. This is a proposal for a Tier 2 mixed-use commercial residential project. The subject site, which is about almost 20,000 square feet in size, is located within our Bergamot area planning area. It's been designated in that plan for mixed-use creative uses. The site is currently improved with a one-story commercial industrial type building that was constructed in 1950. The building itself is not listed on the historic resources inventory. In terms of the Bergamot area plan, there are some street types that are identified within such. This property happens to be located on the corner of Stanford and Pennsylvania. Stanford Street is identified in that plan as a complete street, and Pennsylvania Avenue is a shared space street. The map or the images show the project location right here in the upper. This would be Stanford here, and this would be the extension of Pennsylvania Avenue, which was completed as part of a couple recent projects with the Millennium East and I think the 2834 Colorado project as well. And here's an aerial context photo that shows the project site with the star over top of it. The conditions in the vicinity have changed with the construction. I think it's almost complete for the Millennium East, and then 2834 is also complete. And Pennsylvania Avenue actually does punch through now to Stanford as well. So just to give you a little context. The project in itself is proposed to be 4 stories in height, which also will include a below grade level. The total project height will be 47 feet. The approximate size in terms of square footage is 45,000, almost 600. The floor area ratio that for this project is 1.70, but that does not include that below grade space. So the below grade space is not included in floor area calculations within the Bergamot area plan. There are 47 residential units that are proposed as part of this. There will be 4 of those for affordable housing, 1 one-bedroom unit and 3 2-bedroom units. There's some commercial space that's proposed along with this project. There's about 4,000 square feet along the street that primarily is located along Stanford Street, and it begins to wrap onto Pennsylvania Avenue. And then there's about 11,700 square feet of creative office space in that below grade area. There's 2-level parking garage that services the project, and that's going to be accessed off Pennsylvania Avenue. And there's a really good amount of open space to service the project. There's about 2,600 square feet that's in that below grade courtyard that we'll describe a little later. There's space along the ground floor, which is important for compliance with the Bergamot area planning requirements. And then there's additional community space on the 4th floor and the rooftop. So I'll just kind of go through the project in terms of what's proposed as part of it. So on your ground floor level, there's going to be those 2 commercial spaces, which are noted with the gray here. Again, they are primarily located along Stanford Street, and they begin to wrap onto that extension of Pennsylvania Avenue. There are 8 residential units located on this level. Again, there is 1 affordable unit, the 1-bedroom unit here in this corner. What's really nice about this project is that because of the double loading, and there's operable windows on both elevations, it really heightens the access to natural light and cross ventilation. So this which is important for sustainable considerations. There's, of course, some pertinent uses and structures that are associated with the project. There's the loading zone, and some of the refuse areas also located, and that is accessed off of Stanford Street. The Bergamot area plan, of course, indicates and prescribes certain street activation standards. This project does, in fact, comply with all those standards which are described in that plan. The commercial tenant spaces certainly begin to engage the street, the sidewalk along Stanford Street primarily. There is extensive glazing to reflect that. The protective elements protect the seating area. And then we do have a concern about this corner treatment here, but we'll talk about that in a future slide. So your next level, this is actually the level below. This is the below grade level. This is primarily devoted to the creative office space. And one of the big features of this project is this central 2,600 square foot courtyard. So this is a really nice space for that commercial use. And you can see some images or some renderings of how the project will present itself. The 2nd through the 4th level, this is where the project will be primarily residential. This is where the remaining 43 units will be constructed. All of them have that same situation, which to enhance that natural light and cross ventilation. So all the units will have the dual, the glazing on both ends to enable that. There's a couple community social spaces areas that are located primarily on the 4th floor. And then there are a number of breaks in the building mass to kind of relieve the mass along the streets, and they are located on the Pennsylvania Avenue elevation as well as on the Stanford Street. The roof, typical, has a location where some of the mechanical equipment would be located there. Kind of unique for this project is the inclusion of some community garden spaces for use by the residents. And then there will be some solar that's been identified. So the Bergamot plan has a unique solar standard that's unlike our typical 2 watts per square foot based on the building footprint. There it just identifies I think it's 5 kilowatts per 1,000 square feet of building footprint. So this project will in fact comply with the city's solar mandate as prescribed in the Bergamot area plan. And you can see that there are 2 subterranean garage levels serviced by 102 parking spaces as well as bicycle parking, and the project complies across the board for those. The zoning ordinance, of course, prescribes community benefits that are associated to get that increase in the floor area. The affordable housing mix will be increased, that maximum or additional 50%, so 8.5% of the project resident or units will be affordable, and that equates to 4 units. The unit mix will meet the requirements in terms of number of 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and the limitations of studios. There will be, of course, enhanced fees for affordable housing commercial linkage fee, and you can see about $74,000 would be collected. Again, these are estimates. An enhanced transportation impact fee of almost $425,000, and a Parks and Recreation development impact fee of about $250,000. All projects for Tier 2 also require a TDM plan to be prepared and approved by the city. So back on November 19th, as with all projects that are to appear before you for development review, our Architectural Review Board did have a preliminary design consideration of this item. And there were some certain compliments to that design. They felt that the project's overall mass and scale seemed appropriate given its context. They really liked the visual porosity, meaning that the courtyard, particularly off of Pennsylvania Avenue, and some of those spaces such as this opening here began to let the interior really be seen to the exterior. So and not only visually, but again, it enables that whole concept of having natural cross ventilation and natural air light and bringing that into the interior of the space. They really liked the rooftop amenity space that was available to the residents, and they appreciated the fact that the project, as was originally presented, had a very, very strong horizontal orientation. That they began to introduce some elements that kind of broke that with some vertical elements. So you can see this was the images that were presented to the commission or to the board back in November there. In terms of their concerns, they've thought that, again, there was that very, very strong horizontal appearance that needed to be broken up even more than what had been introduced. The scale of the street wall, again, that's going to be primarily along Stanford Street. They felt that that was just a little bit too high to be truly appropriate for the pedestrian. The corner treatment, there's a little bit of an issue in terms of, and you can't see it, and I'll show it on another slide, but there's a stem wall that creates this odd kind of barrier between right at the corner of the building. So that became almost a distraction and impeding that pedestrian connection to the corner, which we like to usually engage. The elevator tower, which is evident on Pennsylvania, and you can see that would be this very large gray thing. They felt that massing begins to impact the view shed down Pennsylvania Avenue, as well as interrupt some of the transparency into the interior of the project. There was some protective fencing to secure the courtyard from the public. It was shown as kind of an open design, but they still felt that presented a barrier to that porosity to some degree. And then the project had there was a thought that although it was a residential project, it still didn't read completely residential, particularly on those upper elevations. So here you can see a little bit of a comparison of how the project has evolved since that time. So on your top here, it would be the current elevation along Stanford Street. This is what was, in your upper left is what was reviewed by the Architectural Review Board. And here is the plans for you that are being considered this evening. You can see that the openings have increased, and the orientation has seemed to balance out in terms of horizontal versus verticality. And it just seems a little bit more open and has a residential appearance. And same here, this would be the Pennsylvania Avenue elevation. You can see some of the similar treatment and similar changes that have occurred. So with all projects, we require environmental review, and this one is no different. And so this one is found to be exempt from CEQA as a transit priority project, and we had the documentation within your packets to support that. We did, of course, do notification on this one, and we did receive some correspondence, and I think you have hopefully received copies of that. And I think it was placed at your seats on the dais. There were 3 opposed to the project and 1 in support of the project. And with that, I would be happy to recommend development review permit 18ENT-01A2 be approved this evening. It will be based on the findings that are noted in your draft statement of official action, and also subject to the conditions that are outlined there, including some specific direction to the Architectural Review Board to begin to address some of those concerns about pedestrian orientation, the elevator tower, maybe the materiality, and those barriers and fences at the courtyard. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions
I have
you
a
might
quick
have.
question. Scott, I want to understand the direction the ARB told the developer to go regarding the fence between the sidewalk and the courtyard. They're not proposing that you eliminate that fence. Or they just have a problem with materials?
They just had a problem with the materials. It just seemed like a visual barrier.
Well, there should be a barrier. Whether what it looks like is a different question. Obviously you don't want people like wandering into the courtyard.
Right. It was a height, and it just needs to be more thought out.
The other question I have, and I just want a clarification. Do I understand? I think you said that anything that's underground, even if it's open to the air like this is, doesn't count toward FAR?
That's correct.
That's extraordinary. Why don't we just build everything underground? That would take care of a lot of concerns.
When I was doing my review, I was shocked and had to read that several times just to make sure.
That is pretty amazing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sean?
I just have a quick question that's for you more than for the applicant. Thank you, Scott. As housing comes into this neighborhood, presumably the families that are here are going to be zoned for McKinley, I'm guessing. I've noticed that there have been some circulation changes on Stewart with respect to bike lanes. There's still some issues with car versus bike on the intersections with Olympic. Can you give us a general sense of, is there a safe route to school from this? Is it Edison for? You can choose Edison if you. Okay, so are there safe routes to school from this site to the
honestly,
schools?
I don't know what the safe routes to school that have been identified are in the vicinity.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the applicant might be able to address that.
Right. Okay. Terrific. All right. Well, so fair enough. Sure. All right. I thank you. I just would like to. It'd be helpful to have that.
Happy to follow up
as we
with
go.
you if
Thanks.
necessary.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for the staff? Okay, let's have the applicant.
Hello. Good evening, Commission, staff. Dave Rand with Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac here representing the applicant. Happy to bring this project before you. We remember being involved in the Bergamot Area Plan discussions back in 2012, 2013, and there was a lot of hope and excitement and expectation that that plan was really going to transform this area, particularly the creative district, into a real mixed-use haven. And due to events, whether it was Hines or some concern over the development standards from folks in the development community, there haven't been the projects that I think may have been originally expected. I think this is the first predominantly mixed-use housing project that's been proposed in the Bergamot Plan since its adoption. So it's a significant thing to bring a housing project before you in this area, and it's novel in a few respects. Both in its being one of the first, but also the below-grade creative office space, which the design team has taken great pains to make work and to be functional, and that the owner is actually excited to move into with his creative business and actually be a part of that development and occupy the space, proving not only that it's a novel way to create more opportunities for creative businesses in this area, but also that yes, in fact, people do want to be there, and there actually is interest in it, even though it is a little bit non-traditional. So the team has worked, as this is a completely code-compliant project, to respond to the design issues that have come up along the way. And I think Scott did a very nice job of addressing that. But to give you more further color on that and to explain that both the design intent and how the project is adjusted as feedback has come in, I'll turn it over to Michael Falonis. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Filonis, architect, I sincerely appreciate you moving this project forward. I don't know how long I'm going to last. The shorter I last, probably the happier you'll be. Also wanted to thank Mr. Albright for a very thorough and complete staff report. For us, this project, along with the project to the west of this, which we did some years ago and is nearing completion, feels like us the beginning of a small neighborhood within a community. It does comply with a number of issues, and we think that these are appropriate to achieve a rich mix of residential, creative sector, and neighborhood serving retail land uses that support each other, promote an equitable neighborhood with affordable housing and working space. Within the Bergamot area, create a mosaic of places with individual interest and character, and ensure that the Bergamot plan area is a place where residents, visitors, employees drive vehicles less or not at all. Create a physical environment where innovative public spaces and architecture flourishes. We have, what is this thing? So you can see the relationship of where we are in relationship to Stanford, Colorado, and the Millennium East Village, which is the long project and where Pennsylvania then punches through to Stanford. Here's a couple of aerial views so you get a more contextual relationship of the building. We photomontaged our building into the context of the environment. The elevation that was suggested by the ARB in a float up, that it had a bit of a horizontal character and quality to it, and that they suggested that we start to take a look at something a little different along Stanford, which we did. And so the balconies and those areas in particular really opened up to the street for a more visible connection between residents in the street. The building really consists of two interlocking L shapes, one on Stanford that wraps around the corner onto the adjacent street, and then one here, which you see the end of it, which then wraps around to the west side. The two larger openings, with the stairs being exposed, allows more light, more visibility into those areas. To answer a question earlier, the ARB, in their comment about the gates and so forth, thought that we should take a look at a different design for the gates, not to necessarily move the gates and the fencing. It's very permeable now, as you can see here in this image, and so we are working between now and our ARB hearing to accomplish some of those other smaller details that we feel are appropriate to look at. So this is looking essentially south. The space below grade is landscaped, and when I was on the ARB, I would see these projects that would come before us where trees were sitting on a podium deck, and I knew that wasn't going to work. These trees, what we've done, we've made planter wells inside the garage, so that they are about 2.5 feet deep plus the 12-inch thick slab. Now those planting wells are about 3.5 feet deep. So it's quite viable to get a series of trees in this space, and something that's Light, and Lacey. And I do have landscape plans if you had any interest in seeing those at the end of this presentation. A couple of views. This one, the one on the left, is looking looking back towards the stair, and the one on the right is looking from the stair elevation, looking back out through the building. So there is a hole in the back of the building where there is no unit there to get a more flow-through ventilation through the courtyard space. Some more of the rendered elevations. Below grade space, which the ownership of the property currently occupies the building that's on the property, is planning to move, of course, during the course of construction, and then move their offices back into this below grade space. So in part, we have an occupant for the building. One of the partners, which unfortunately died about not quite a year ago, used to take his lunch at Le Petit Café, and he would have loved to have had the Le Petit Café on one of these commercial spaces up here, so I suppose he didn't have to walk as far. Utilities are in the upper left-hand corner of the drawing, transformer and refuse. And it's correct, the two elevators are in the lower right-hand corner of this drawing. It's jockeying elevators and stairs down to, it's not just from the ground floor up into the spaces, but it's actually making sure that they work in the garage. So that's how those landed there. The on-grade, this is on-grade space here, there's a series of one-bedroom spaces along the western edge of the property with small lofts above that. And then as we move to the second floor, there's a combination ones and two-bedroom and some studio spaces there, and three-bedroom spaces there as well. And then it is the same on the third level. And the fourth level, it opens up, and you can see, I should go back down here, yeah, sorry. And it starts to open up here on the north, what amounts to be the north elevation. It's not true north, but project north is an open space for tenants, a larger roof deck area that faces south and east, and then the roof itself. We originally had planned a number of community garden spaces on the roof, but with the requirements of the PVs on the roof, a number of those opportunities went away. We've managed to reduce the number of condensing units by using a new system, or a newer system, that we can run 4 or 5 units or more off of one condensing unit to reduce the number of mechanical units on the roof. So that helps somewhat. But we would have liked to have provided tenants with opportunities for rooftop gardens where they could grow vegetables or seasonal vegetables or other sorts of things like that. This is the below grade, first below grade parking area. There's a lot of bicycle storage and parking on this level, as well as the this is the P1 level, as well as the both the levels have a number of parking spaces. There's also a gate here, so we can make a differentiation between where the commercial parking is located and where the residential parking is located, so they don't get mixed together. The site as you would see it today and across the street, and then our building in relationship to the Millennium East Village behind it, and the other buildings that are to the north. The space that is on the south of this building is for 10 trailers, which are provided as part of the development agreement for the Millennium East Village. So that will never change. So that kind of low scale, almost garden-like space will remain that way. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about the project.
I have a question, Michael.
Yes,
Are you through?
for now.
On page A01 of the drawings, on the corner, you don't, the storefront that is there, do you have to step down to it, basically? I can't figure that out.
Let me get, our numbers don't correspond with your numbers, so let me get to it.
Or is it flush with the wall?
We're talking about on the corner.
Yeah. I know there's a grade there, but have you built the floor up so that it's to the top level of that wall?
Yes, what happens is we have a fairly, it doesn't seem that way when you're out there on the site, but we have a fairly steep slope along Stanford from from the daylight towards the north, and then as you step, and there's actually a step in the commercial space. I think it's about 18 inches from one space to the next. So this, it's tricky to get entries into the two commercial spaces along Stanford. And we don't have a big setback there in order to get ramps for...
I don't see any doors. That's another one of my questions.
Oh, yes. Let me get to the...
I mean, do you jump off this wall to get to the retail space?
No, ma'am. There's...
They sell hoverboards.
Does this thing have a pointer?
Is anyone confused like I am? Or
No,
just
I'll
me?
get you unconfused here in a moment. There's a number of doors into the space. Each one of those spaces has two exits. The one exit is near the elevator. Are you pointing to it? I just can't see that little red dot. I'm
just wondering how
colorblind.
you get into these spaces from. Is it Stanford I'm looking at?
Yes, you can get in from Stanford.
Where?
It's you can see it on the screen. She's pointing to it.
Oh, okay.
And then there's another one, and those are at the break, at the point where the interior space and the sidewalks daylight. They're exactly at the same elevation. Yeah, and then if you go around to the courtyard side, if you go around to the courtyard side, there's two entrances there as well, one for each of the commercial space. I think she's going to point to that as well.
Well, how does the public get into the courtyard to get to the commercial space?
Well, during the day, that courtyard space will be unlocked.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they can come in from either location, either entry locations.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? So, Michael, what you're saying is that once on that portion of the commercial space that's closest to the elevator, that's the only place you can come in from the street. Beyond that point, as you move southward down Stanford, you're falling away. Your sidewalk is going underneath your floor.
Correct. It's
okay.
As you go down Stanford,
right,
because of the slope.
Right.
You're
and when you
losing-
get to the corner, what would you say the height difference is between the floor and the sidewalk?
About 18 inches.
Okay. Jason.
Do we have requests to speak on this item?
We do.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll hold my question.
David.
Yeah, I heard from Francie that we do have a Safe Routes to School project in design on Stewart between Colorado and Kansas. So that would provide really great access to Edison, not so good for McKinley, but that is currently in design.
I guess my point would be, I don't think there are going to be families living in this building, so I don't think it really matters, but thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I'm just curious, how do you get to, I had this confusion when Scott was presenting. If you live here, how do you get to Stewart from, is there a public right-of-way? The street doesn't punch through from...
So currently you would need to go up to Colorado and go west. As I think you know, the Bergamot area plan shows Pennsylvania going through.
Right.
But you're right, there is a parcel in the middle that doesn't currently have a development proposal. So it's not going to punch through anytime soon.
But there will be, but eventually there's an expected public right-of-way that would allow at least bicycle or pedestrian access out to
The
Stewart.
hope is that Pennsylvania would go all the way through from Stewart to Stanford.
Okay, thanks.
And right now you can travel southbound on Stewart and either jog over to Stanford. I'm sorry, go down southbound on Stanford and jog over up to Stewart, or jog over to Berkeley, and Berkeley will take you down to Olympic.
Yes, or for purposes that David is describing, you would jog across. You'd go west on Nebraska and cross Olympic at the light, and then jog back over so that you could get to that would get you safely to Edison.
Right, or you could go a half a block north to Colorado, westbound on Colorado to Stewart, and then make a left.
Okay, any other further questions? Okay, hearing none. Let's hear from the public. And we have 2 requests to speak. You both have 3 minutes. And so Suzanne Valron, I mispronounced, Vaughn, sorry, and then Jerry Rubin.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Vaughn. I live at 1517 Stanford Street, so I'm just up the street from this development. My questions pertain more to the overall neighborhood than they do to this particular project. I know we have several development projects in some phase of development in the neighborhood, not only this one and all of the ones that have happened just to the west of it going down Stewart, but also just north of us on Santa Monica Boulevard at Stanford, and then also at Yale, both on the east and west side of Yale, on the south side of Santa Monica Boulevard. So my question is, what is the anticipated residential population growth for the projects already planned in the neighborhood? And what is the long-term plan for Mid-City Santa Monica? I've come to a number of your meetings, but not perhaps more recently, so I'm perhaps not up to speed on what the overall plan is for Mid-City Santa Monica, and would really like to know that. In terms of population density, I love the idea of being able to leave your apartment and go downstairs to your office. I think that's wonderful. I don't think it necessarily always translates that way once people move in, and I have extreme concerns about the increased traffic in the area and the gridlock that is taking place throughout the Los Angeles basin, and how Santa Monica plays into that. We are not an island. We are part of a very large metropolitan area, and the traffic increase has just become impossible in recent years, and I'm very concerned about that. I know we've got many public transportation options and bikes and all of that sort of thing, all of which I use, which is great. But realistically, I just see that we've got an ongoing problem that needs to be addressed, not just by Santa Monica, but by Los Angeles at large. I know many people who drive in to work in Santa Monica who could not possibly afford to live here, whose commutes are between 3 and 4 hours a day. And I just think that makes life untenable. Family life, life with your children, and an exhausting workday. So those are questions that I would like to have addressed. Thank
I
you.
have one response. Actually, you just hit it on the head, the nail on the head about the commuter traffic. And you're right. There are thousands and thousands of people who come into the city every day who can't afford to live here.
Yes.
So increasing the housing supply, not that there's necessarily going to be a one-to-one correspondence between jobs and people living here, but it's an attempt to get housing for people who work here so they don't have 3 or 4 hour commutes. And we're also, this project is near an expo station. So I know the expo has a lot of ridership during rush hour to downtown LA and elsewhere and coming back.
Right.
And so that makes this hopefully a relatively traffic neutral project. So all we can do is the best we can do. And I really believe that building housing here and hopefully that is affordable to people who work here, hopefully that'll solve a lot of the traffic problem. I live in a neighborhood that's I live in Sunset Park, and the commuter traffic in my neighborhood is a nightmare. So I sympathize, but building housing, in my opinion, is the way to address that problem.
Well, let's hope it helps. I know so many of the workers on the east side, that are landscape people. I'm in landscape. Because they are carrying equipment, they can't just hop on the expo line.
That's true.
So they bring their trucks every day.
So I have a follow-up question. Thank you for your comment. My understanding of this project is that it's subject to the Housing Accountability Act. And I want to ask you, as someone who lives in this neighborhood, you named a number of the projects that are coming in. The Housing Accountability Act essentially requires that cities and their planning commissions approve projects such as these as long as they're compliant with the code, recognizing that there's a statewide housing crisis and a housing affordability crisis. So our hands are tied to a certain degree with respect to what we can and can't do when projects come forward like these. As someone who lives in this neighborhood, who's seeing the creation of what the applicant described as an emerging new neighborhood, given that limitation, what questions would you like to see asked that in an environment where we are expected to approve this housing if it's code compliant, but we may be able to ask other kinds of questions about circulation and environment of staff and applicants? What would you like to see, given that housing is coming?
Oh, I think that'll take some thought, but
or share it with us another time. But I think that's going to be the challenge for our community, which is that we need to be compliant with state law. But we also need to be attentive to what people who live in our community are saying about the environments that they're in. And so we have it's a genuine question. I'd like to, given that we're going to be producing this housing, I'd like to know whether there are ways that we can do it that will make life better.
I'll continue to think about that.
Great, thank
but
you.
But again, is there a larger plan for this whole mid-city area that I can find somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, David,
Yeah, and
might wanna
let me just
address
offer, I mean, we would be happy to sit down with you, planning staff, and go over the plans that have been adopted for the city, which is the land use and circulation element they're talking about, as well as the Bergamot area plan, which covers this specific area. So in that you'll find, how do cars move around? How do people move around? What number of units are we expecting over the long range? So it's not really something we could probably get into tonight, but be happy to set up some time where you could come in and we could go into depth on that.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. First, since Michael Filonis is one of my favorite architects in Santa Monica, would it be appropriate that I say you just approve it just like that? But other than that, I think it's a great project, and I hope that Michael feels better soon. I would like to see a little more affordable housing if possible. I'm glad there's a lot of bike parking. Going to get the solar energy on the roofs. I'm a little disappointed to hear that the community gardens, it's not going to happen, but I wish it still could. I like the design, the open space. I like those bridges and the stairs in the open there. As far as the corner design, I understand the usual thing for it, but in a way, it almost makes pedestrians walk down a street to another area there. So there's nothing wrong with that. As far as the community benefits, I couldn't see the screen, but I kind of always thought that public art was a requirement of community benefits. Is that in there? It should be in there. I would have liked to see a little more of the landscape plan, but Mr. Falonis talked about digging some places there and some trees in there, and I'm sure it's going to be a good landscaping plan. Look, I think this project's going to be a benefit for the community and the city, like all the others that are nearby. I take the bus all the time, and our biggest challenge is what the city is doing right now is trying to keep educating people to get a little bit more out of their cars and onto public transportation. Because that's what we need to do, because we are going to need housing. And there's no two ways about it. So we don't have to apologize for these projects. We got to understand it, and that's the way it is. And I'm glad that it's going to be a lot more people being able to live in our great city, and that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Michael, do you want to address the? Well, are there any questions for the developer?
Yeah, I have some. I have really 3 questions. I think for Mr. Rand. You don't get to sit down. Sorry, Dave. They're pretty straightforward. Two, I hope are relatively simple. The first is, and we've been through this before on other properties that you've represented, would the applicant be willing to volunteer to coordinate with the city's housing division and an agency to provide case management and/or support services for the households occupying the affordable units, and make every effort to coordinate and complement the services of other similar providers for affordable residents in the neighboring areas?
Yes.
Fantastic. That's super easy. Next, given that this is a Housing Accountability Act project, I think you may know where I'm going. Can we avoid the corporate housing on this project?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is language that we've used in the past that has the condition and the description, and we will include the successor there too language.
I know you will. I will just say, though, as a matter of principle, because you're going to do that regardless of what I say, but just for the record, it is very disconcerting to be asked to submit to a requirement for which we have no idea what it is. This applicant has no intention of doing corporate housing. That's not in the cards in any way. They're fine for the condition. So we're not trying to be evasive, but to ask that the successor there too, question mark, whatever that may be, that's going to be, and you, Commissioner Land, just pointed this out astutely at one of the corporate housing discussions of just how complicated that issue is going to be.
Yes.
And how striking the balance on that, while critically important to getting the housing you want and not letting this go to short-term stuff, but not going too far. It's delicate, and to be asked to commit to something that's totally uncertain, I cannot agree to. But we're fine with the condition prohibiting corporate housing as defined in the municipal code.
Okay, so I understand where you're coming from. I think the issue is that the Housing Accountability Act intends that this is for permanent residents. That we're solving a housing problem for people who live here, intending to make this their domicile. And so while I understand that we are on the same page that there is complexity in the issue, the intent here is that if we are constrained in our discretion, then we need assurances that the people to whom these units will be leased intend to make Santa Monica their permanent home. Now, people have their plans change. That's life, but that this is not going to turn into a medium-term rental turnover situation.
Again, we are on the same page with respect to the intent, but some of the things that have come out of that corporate housing discussion are, and this is not I don't want to turn this
Sure,
into
I
that
understand.
discussion, but some of them are quite novel and extreme. And so I'll
Right.
again just
Okay,
say that I'm
thank you.
comfortable with the intent, but not the open-ended commitment.
I hear what you're saying. My last question is the broader one, because we have had this discussion about the Affordable Housing Production Program, and I would say, and I'd be curious for your reaction, given the relatively small size of the units here, given the emerging neighborhood nature, this strikes me as the kind of project that probably could have had a little bit more affordable housing, as Mr. Rubin commented. We are headed into, we hope, a feasibility study very soon, but is it simply that the code allows you to do the extremely low and that's what the applicant opted for? I just want to put that on the record, because I think this is an example of a...
You're playing a great Commissioner McKinnon tonight. This is... he beat you to the punch.
Okay. So that's it. I mean...
so look, yes, the code allows it. Yes, there's an option, of course. I'm not going to stand up here and say that, you know, that's not in a part of this. But
Right.
I will say, food for thought, and, you know, hopefully you get into this in a comprehensive way, as we discussed at 1:45 in the morning 2 weeks
Right.
ago, rather than in a shotgun approach.
Right.
And you'll really understand where the economics lie. But consider this, okay? Since 2013, this is the first housing project that's come forth in the mixed-use creative sub-area, the Bergamot area plan. Why is that? My view, there's a fundamental disconnect between the development standards here and some of the exactions and the requirements. The increment above Tier 1 in this particular area of the city, 0.2 FAR, is the least generous of any sub-area, zoning district, specific plan area in the entire city of Santa Monica. And it's the reason that people, in my view, haven't signed up to do housing here. So that's got to be part of the discussion too. And, you know, the affordable is just yet another, in developers' minds, difficulty to making these things work. So it's a very complicated picture. It's not just a matter of, it's a small size, you know, project, there's a small number of units, and, you know, there should be more. There's more that goes into it.
Okay, thank you. I'll defer to Commissioner McKinnon to ask how much you expect to
Can
rent the
I
units
have a
for.
quick question, Jason? It's just a follow-up on his. My understanding, and let me know if it's yours and the city attorney's, is if the code changes vis-a-vis corporate housing in the future, it would apply to this project. Is that correct?
I think it would depend on exactly what the council does. So it depends on how the council crafts the law. So the example that I think we used during one of your previous discussions about this issue was the vacation rental issue. So Chapter 6.2, that applies across the city to any project that's in place. So it would depend on how the council crafts the law.
Okay, but something in the code,
Yes.
vacation rentals, for example, would apply to this project
council
and
chose
any
to do it that
project
way.
that's
Yes.
there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jason.
I have a massing question.
I'll step away.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for being here despite how you feel. I always appreciate your insights into your proposals and what got you to what we're looking at. I'll start with my general sense is that if we were looking to break up the mass, if one was looking to break up the mass of the building, the place to do it would be along Stanford rather than what's being proposed here, where the larger break, at least from the street, is at kind of the short end of the rectangle at Pennsylvania. On top of that, when I look at what's proposed of the elevations of the building, this part of the project strikes me as the most utilitarian, and maybe that's intentional. But I also, so when I have that question about why have the break where you have it with those thoughts in mind, and specifically in your response, I'd like to hear how light and air factor into that that decision and how it could have applied to a massing plan where the larger break was on Stanford?
You hit the nail on the head. The reason the larger opening is along Pennsylvania is because that's where we're getting the majority of natural sunlight. North, as we think of it, is on this Cartesian grid here in Santa Monica, and so we think that north is this way, but it's 44 degrees that way. So this is a southeast facing and southwest facing elevation. So to get the maximum amount of light into this space, reduce the mass of where the deck is on the roof, reduce that mass so we can get more light into that space late morning, and then be able to open up the largest opening on Pennsylvania versus on Stanford, because we're not going to get any natural light through that. We'll get ambient sunlight. And then the other thing is to then be able to open up this other pocket where we have a deck to get ventilation through. So now we're getting ventilation from a number of different locations within the building. And as stated earlier, Mr. Albright mentioned that every single one of these units has light and ventilation from both sides of the unit. There are no double-loaded corridors. So it's one of the things we kind of pride ourselves on in our practice, is to be able to get light and ventilation on both sides of the unit. Livability, habitability, everybody deserves light and ventilation in their units, and we try to minimize, if not eliminate, double-loaded corridors. When we inherited the building that's behind us here to the west, every single one of the units in that building was in a double-loaded corridor. We reduced, when we redesigned the entire building, we reduced more than 50% of the double-loaded corridor in that building.
You're talking about the separate project at the Village Trailer Park.
That's
Is that
right.
What you're referring to?
That's right.
The redesign there.
That's right. So, we're not just about talking about it here in this project. We strive to do that with every project that we do.
And that translates into both livability and energy efficiency.
Correct.
And I mean, is there a way to achieve that level of energy efficiency and livability with a larger opening on Stanford?
Probably if you got, go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Probably if we got rid of 6 units.
Okay.
We could open up that corner where the elevators are,
Right.
but then we're going to lose affordable units. We're going to lose everything. And I have to tell you that although Mr. Rand spoke to you about the where these affordable units, whether it's extremely low, very low, low, we had a number of conversations with the client, and the client was interested in reaching, they were interested in reaching the lowest income levels possible. And that's why it went to extremely low. And I was, this is, a lot of times you get clients that are extremely sensitive to these sorts of things, and others just want to play the game by the rule book and do what they need to do and move the project through. This client is a very, very good client in terms of being sensitive to the users. He pushed us harder than you did about opening up that below grade space, and we did literally everything we did we could do in order to make it as large and we did sun studies, so we're not fishing and hoping, but we know it's going to work.
And then on the, my sense that Pennsylvania end of the project, where you have the entryway for vehicle access, you have the elevator shaft, and you have the stairs. It just seems like it's driven by utility as opposed to and even look at the amount of blank wall that we have pretty close to the corner in an area where we would like that to be a really strong corner presence there. Like, what options do we have for stepping up this end of the project? And I know a lot of that is going to come down to your discussions with ARB, but in terms of the location of the driveway, just the things that we've talked about, how can things be adjusted to strengthen this end?
The wall that vertical wall that you see on the property line is holding up that end of the building, and we have reduced the wall length as much as we can. And we've recently had some conversations with the structural engineer if we can cut a big hole in it of some sort.
You're talking about next to the ramp right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have the pointer, sorry.
I'm sorry, you're talking next to the ramp or next to the commercial space?
Next to the ramp. As I'm looking at this, it would be to the far left.
That wall, okay.
Looking at punching a big hole in that, and he has some restrictions about where we can go and the limits, but we're looking at various possibilities of how to open that piece up and maybe make it feel a little more light and airy. Unfortunately, we've looked at a number of locations for the elevators, and this ends up being, through a process of elimination, ends up being the optimum location for the elevator. The other choices are to move it east and put it on that side of the building, and there was no option of moving it north along Stanford because of the utilities and other things that are in that area of the building. Now, maybe there's something else that we can do. We were looking at it as a cast concrete wall or a container for the two elevators. There's certainly a possibility of maybe getting a vine to grow up on it, but probably not 47 feet tall. But at least if it was essentially like a wainscot that was maybe 6 feet tall, that might soften those edges. And there is a planter around the corner behind right there that the landscape architect is proposing to take some of the existing cactus that are planted on site, containing them, storing them, and then bringing them back as kind of a remembrance of some of the plant material that was there before.
Okay, and then any thoughts about the commercial space and the length of, I'll call it unprogrammed wall?
Yes, there has been a lot of discussion with the structural engineer about that, and it comes back and engages that fire stair out of the garage. And then we need, the rest of it is a shear wall that we need in order to give us some lateral stability.
Okay, thank you.
It's
my other questions are for staff, so I can wait until.
It's like putting a 9 foot in an 8.5 shoe.
Okay. Mr. Falonis, just following on from Commissioner Parry's comments, the rest of the building is horizontal. This particular end that faces Pennsylvania is, I think, jarring for a number of reasons. You've got that wall that's adjacent to the commercial, yes, on the ground, which is a blank area. I think the one before, the one you just had.
Okay.
Above it, you've got quite a blank space. You move over and then you've got the elevator well, or elevator, that goes up. And it's that particular section's at odds with the rest of the building. And it is facing the 10 trailers across the road. So it's not as if no one's going to see it. They're going to be looking at it. I guess the question to you is, how do you change those elements to make it more like the rest of the building and break down that that blank facade that it will read as? And you've run through all the practical reasons, bit by bit, the things that you can't do. I'm simply saying when you look at it, it's not a good look. And you really need to change it in some way to break down that, because the rest of the building is light and open and you've got windows that run along. This stands out because it doesn't do that. So that's a challenge for you as you go to ARB, but it's not something you can just walk away from, because you really have to deal with it. Now at ARB on Monday night, there was a discussion about green walls. I'm sure Stephanie remembers this. And the ARB didn't like a number of green panel walls, which were the vegetation that was growing. They saw it as decoration. But nonetheless, if there was ever a place, albeit with maintenance, for a green wall, that elevator would be it. Because you could change the whole feel of the building right there. And we've seen them work successfully in places both in Europe and in Asia. It's not an easy process. But something about that aspect needs to change. And, you know, ultimately the Roberts project will develop, and Pennsylvania will become a street. We know that because what they've got down there can't last, given the rest of the 4 units have developed. So that's number one. Number two, at the other end of the building, on I guess the northeast corner, you have a roller door and a fence. I think it leads into the trash. Yes,
yep.
Right there. That's also an incredibly inelegant area. Is there somewhere else you can put the trash or access to the trash? Because kind of going to kill the pedestrian aspect to have people popping in and out with their trash all day long. And also a roller door is again at odds with everything that you've kind of built the rest of the building around. And sometimes you have to do these things, and I notice you've got the energy box right beside it as well, so I'm sure that was forced on you.
The transformer.
The transformer.
Yep.
You know these things anyway, don't you? And it's not like I'm bringing a surprise to you.
No surprises. In working your questions backwards, the last one is about where the refuse is located. It must be located on Stanford. This was the least obtrusive place to put it, was next to the transformer, separating it from the commercial space on the ground floor. We worked closely with solid waste, and solid waste said it must be there, and it must be a certain number of feet.
Okay, that answers that question.
To the edge of the curb.
But again, it's a fair bit less elegant than the rest of the building. That aspect.
Just as a point of clarification, were you talking, when you talked about the blank wall, were you...
Both.
Say again?
Both. The one adjacent to the ground and the one above it, the grey one above it.
Oh, yeah. The grey one above it, we worked extremely hard to get the proportions, what we thought were correct for that wall. So the proportions of solid versus void we thought was elegant, and it worked in some of the other elevations around to the north side. The below the ground floor space, and that also was going to be a cast concrete wall. We liked the texture, the color of the concrete, and we thought it made sense that it was the same as the elevator core. Now, with both of those, it's quite possible that we could get a vine to grow up on that wall. I don't know if you remember some years ago, you came to the house, you were campaigning for a council seat. And so you...
I didn't win that, but, you know, thank you for reminding me of that. Perhaps not something I did want to remember at this moment. But
that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Oh, I see. You just started with that. That's fine.
Okay.
Just put me down. You've been to the Dave Rand School. I understand that.
I'm a good pupil, and Dave's a great teacher.
I can see that. However,
so
you have the vine.
If you remember walking up between the two houses,
Yes.
there was a vine that was, it's a wainscot on the concrete block walls. And it softens that entry just enough as you're coming up that walkway that you don't get that sort of feel of the masonry wall. My neighbor has it running up to the floor of the second floor. We have it running up about 6 feet. I tend to do things not like my neighbors do, but so I thought this might be a great opportunity as you were talking about that, and as Mr. Perry was talking about it as well. This might be a great candidate for a vine that was. It's not going to grow up. Well, it gets a lot of sun here, so it could grow up 12, 14 feet easily. Within maybe 3 years, it would do that. I mean, I would certainly recommend that to the landscape architect, and
I think that you need to look at that aspect along Pennsylvania again and read it as we will all read it coming up the street as one facade, and look at the rest of the building. So I put that to you. You're the person who has to solve that.
Okay.
Now you mentioned
Point well
that
made.
there were some clients who were not as easy to deal with in terms of the affordable. Who were they? Because I was pretty interested in that. I mean,
you know, I have a really, really good memory. Sometimes it's just a little short.
yes.
So,
Because I'm pretty familiar with your client list, so there we go. And the meeting room, we did have a short discussion about this earlier on. Your suggestion is that the meeting room that's in the building could be used for community meetings. Now,
yes. Let me show you the space that we have thought about. Going the wrong way. Sorry. Or am I? Yes. It's that spot, that skinny spot along, I can't tell where she's pointing. It's that skinny spot there, which is actually not so skinny. It looks skinny in the drawing, but we were thinking that could possibly be a space. It's not. It doesn't work real well for anything other than a series of offices or a large conference room or some public restrooms. So that could be a great candidate in this building for the spaces that you were describing earlier. Mr. Landers, to be precise.
so how would we make that happen? Is that something that you're... Well, I've talked to Mr. Rand about that.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to
You could
Mr.
think
Rand
about
about that.
offering that up, but you are proposing that as the project goes forward, that some part of that be turned into a room that may be available to the community?
Could be, yes.
And is that actually practical? Can people get in through the gates at different times?
Could be made available.
Right, because that would be an incredibly useful asset in that end of the city. We don't have a lot of community rooms up there.
No.
And it would bring some life to it. Now, did I hear you say that your client, who owns this property and is putting the building up, intends to use all the commercial space?
Just, yeah. The thought was, with the exception of maybe some of that we just discussed, that they would take the rest of the building.
And the client's partner who died was interested in having a restaurant there, the French restaurant around the corner.
Yes. They've been there for a long time.
Oh, a huge number of years, actually. They survived all the change.
Yeah. And all the construction.
And are very good. And is that still part of the possibilities?
I don't know what the discussions are now, but I think it's definitely a possibility.
It's a doable possibility.
I think it's doable,
Where
especially.
where would they go? I mean, where in your mind would a cafe or a restaurant go in that project? Because leaving aside the specific of the French, a cafe or a restaurant there would be a very useful addition to that end of the city.
That's what we thought, that if either one or both of those spaces were a cafe or a little store with a delicatessen in it, that could serve the neighborhood.
So have you structured the facilities so that they could be a cafe or a restaurant?
Yes, we have. If you go to the residential piece.
It is lucky that this lady was here this evening for you, Mr. Philonis.
I don't even know her.
Yes.
Yes, and you can see that there are a raceway for exhaust fans from the kitchens down below. So it's not just a fantasy that could happen, it's a reality that could happen.
And even though the Stanford slopes 18 inches or 20 inches or whatever, there could also be outside dining along there.
Could be on the yes, down below, absolutely.
Because that is something that neighbourhood needs, which is some sort of place to eat.
It would be great. The truth is that I think there's, well, from one end of the commercial space from the north end to the south end, there's about a 3-foot elevation change on the sidewalk.
Right.
So that's why it's broken into parts. And I think the Bergamot specific plan requires these spaces to be broken up into smaller pieces, if I'm not mistaken. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
That's correct, because we didn't want long contiguous shop fronts.
Yeah. Thank you.
And so we inserted a provision about the footage, I believe.
Right.
Roxanne? Linear frontage, yeah.
Yeah.
With the hope that for example, your client would be at one end and something would be at the other end. All right, I'd like to speak to Mr. Rand, if you don't mind. And if you could take those issues on board.
Yeah, we will do that. So noted.
You.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rand, you engaged with the distinguished commissioner here to the right. Did you in fact agree to anything he asked? No, seriously. I mean, you agreed.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
What were the 2?
The language with respect to consultation with the housing department for services.
Yes.
And a condition prohibiting corporate housing as currently defined.
No, not the successor. So your view is that you'll agree to what the city codes are, but won't go past that.
Well,
even though in principle you may agree with that.
In principle,
But you won't bind yourself unless there is a specific direction from the city in some way.
The successor thereto language makes me and should make anybody uncomfortable because we have no idea what it means. What I've said, and I think we had a meeting of the minds, is that there is no intention for this owner, applicant, to use this as corporate housing.
Yeah. With the community room that was just floated by Mr. Philonis, would your client be willing to offer up some thoughts about that as we go forward?
Yeah, no, so we're not necessarily comfortable with that being a condition of approval on a code-compliant DRP, but Mr. Philonis was correct that my client is interested and open to working with community groups who may want to use that room to have meetings and what have you. So, if you know of organizations in the area that have need, we're happy to put them in contact with the applicant. And but we're not going to agree to that as a condition.
Pretty much in line with the previous comments to my commissioner colleague. And so, since we have you here, you made a point about the lack of building and affordable or of housing taking place in the Bergamot area. But the lady who just left also pointed to a number of projects which are now taking place along Santa Monica Boulevard.
Which are outside of the Bergamot area.
They are. I think the point I'm making is that the zoning code is working. People are now bringing projects.
The zoning code is working, Commissioner. I question whether the Bergamot area plan is working.
No, I'm actually getting to that, Mr. Rand. I'm not trying to, on this occasion, put you on the spot. We can enjoy our fun. So, in some parts of the city, mixed use boulevards low. some thinking with the AHPP that we may need to increase it by 0.5% of FAR to directed at affordable housing. Is that your proposition in Bergamot, the same thing, that if there was a little bit more flexibility in the coding here directed towards affordable housing, it would make some of these projects pencil out? Is that what you were saying to us?
Yeah, I mean, without it, having.
Okay, I won't hold you to it, but I'm
yeah,
trying to get you thinking.
no. If you were to go that direction and increase the inclusionary requirements through the HPP, marrying that in this area with an increase in the development rights, particularly with square footage, I think would be a smart way to go.
What do you mean yes, okay, so that could be 0.5 or 1/3 of a percent.
Right.
And it wouldn't necessarily have to be at the lowest level, but at some level of affordability, and I think we've moved up from very low to low.
Well, and I think that's what you want. You want a diversity of affordable units in terms of income eligibility ranges, and so,
And are you saying that that would inject just enough flexibility, given the rise in construction costs and various other things, to make more projects feasible?
I think it could certainly help, and I would encourage you to instruct your financial consultants to look at those options as to what that would mean for feasibility of projects using real, actual, current construction data, not handbook data from Iowa, but using those real facts and seeing how the balance and the tension between the exactions and the affordable and additional development rights, and if that has an effect of pushing that into the range of feasibility. I think that would be a very worthwhile thing for the city to undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Rand.
You're welcome.
Sean.
I just had a follow-up for Mr. Falonis on that vertical elevator shaft, which may reveal my utter lack of knowledge about how these things work. But I do like green walls, but when you started to speak about succulents, it made me wonder whether there was an opportunity to to put on the elevator shaft, perhaps rather than running away from, to sort of emphasize the verticality by figuring out a way to put in succulents along that wall, such that they would not require a huge watering system, but might survive there. I have no idea if that works, and I'm sure that urban gardeners everywhere who are watching me ask this question are laughing. But if by chance there's a possibility, it struck me that it need not necessarily be hanging vines. There may be some things that could grow up.
Actually, what I was making reference to is that this would be a vine that started in the ground and worked its way up vertically.
Okay.
Yeah, on both the elevator core and then the wall that separates Pennsylvania from the commercial space.
Okay. I guess I just see it as if I'm looking at that every day, if you were talking about succulents in the landscaping program, I've wondered whether there was an opportunity there for a big cactus or a couple of them at different levels.
We don't have much area to plant there because the garage virtually comes up within 18 inches of the property line.
And you couldn't put planters on the wall?
No.
No. Okay. Cue the laughter. Okay.
No. I'm respectful.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I have a couple of quick questions. First of all, I really like what you've done actually on the Stanford side, particularly when you pull back that top floor to make it sit back a little bit. I think that's a really nice improvement. And it does create a nice space, interestingly enough, with the building across the street. In other words, you've kind of scaled yourself down a little bit by that move. The building across the street is a giant C-shaped object, and it actually creates a nice open space.
Thank you.
And I also do, even though you were forced to, but we're going the right direction, I like to see all those roofs covered with photovoltaics. And also, I think the south-facing roof deck is great. I think that's going to be a real asset for people to hang out and look down the street, basically.
And by the way, just to add to that, and thank you for your comment, we have some trees on that roof deck along Stanford. And so the trellis will have openings in it so the trees can puncture through that trellis.
Right.
And they're almost all of the plant material that's being used here is edible.
Well, people will not go hungry in the next earthquake.
That's right.
I do have a question regarding your entrances to the A and B units. It seems a little unusual entrance. If you can go to any of the floor plans, basically. Right, the entrances of the units along the top of the page.
Along Stanford.
Yeah, it seems like there's 2 doors to every unit, and
I don't know where she went. Yes, that's true. And
what is the intent?
It's a fire requirement. That unless you have an exit and an entrance out of the bedroom at this level, ladder access, 22-foot ladder.
So rather than have a window, you're putting in a door.
Well, we do have a window there and a door. Has to be a door.
I'm kind of amazed.
Hear the echo?
Okay, let me look at that for a second. Why does it have to be a door? I don't.
It's so that they don't have to rescue somebody through a window. All they have to do is open the door and they can walk out. And the firemen don't need a ladder to get to that level to rescue them out of a window.
So you're saying every bedroom needs a door, bottom line. Is that what you're saying?
On this level here, on this level, those units that are along Stanford needs to have a door because we don't have ladder access by the fire department to get into these bedrooms in the back here. I know it's an odd thing, but
okay, I'll take your word for it.
We struggle with the fire department oftentimes about some of these issues, and the fire department, with all due respect, they may be listening. They have a tendency of kind of making up some things that they feel go beyond what the fire code requires. I understand that. I respect that. All they're trying to do is protect their the people who are fighting fires.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no further questions, I would like to close the public testimony.
I have just a couple questions for staff.
Go ahead.
Oh, and thank you again for allowing this to come before you early on in the evening. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'm wanting to ask if staff has any thoughts about changes to the ARB, to the proposed ARB language based on the issues that have been raised tonight. But before I officially raise that question, I just wanted to get clarification that the below grade office space, creative office, that doesn't, the FAR calculation, we're talking about the building envelope. We're talking about how much building there can be above ground, and it doesn't count against that.
That's correct.
But the area does count for parking requirements and any other requirements that are based on the floor area. So
that's correct.
All it is it's the Bergamot area plan acknowledging that below ground floor area does not affect the appearance of mass above ground. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Back to ARB. We raised, commissioners raised some questions and concerns specifically about the south elevation, and as I'm looking at the draft conditions, staff has proposed that ARB gives special attention to the pedestrian orientation along Stanford and Pennsylvania, the placement, design, and materiality of the proposed elevator shaft, and the protective fencing. In your opinion, based on the concerns that have been raised about the general appearance and the strength of that elevation, do you have any suggested language for us?
I would add, with regards to the Pennsylvania, we talked about pedestrian orientation. It might be a building articulation or some type of consideration to reduce the blankness. I mean, we can come up with a craft the language just to address that. And Stephanie?
Something like softening the Stanford elevation with landscape articulation, review the scale and proportion of the solid walls.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're in discussion. Leslie?
I've been very quiet, uncharacteristically.
Are you feeling okay?
No, my knee hurts,
Oh.
but that doesn't affect my vocal cords.
Right.
I like the project. I've always liked Mr. Falonis' architecture, and this is no exception. My concern about this project, there's absolutely nothing we could do about it. It has nothing to do with the DRP approval or otherwise, is that the units are too small. When you have an 890 square foot, 3-bedroom apartment, that is not conducive to family life. So that's even smaller than TCAC's rooms, which are pretty small. And again, we have no control over this because the city does not have a minimum unit size. I think they're too small for family occupancy. I think the open space in the project, although it's really beautiful and inviting, is totally not family friendly. And I'm not sure how you would make it otherwise. I mean, you're limited by the site itself. So that's disappointing. I mean, when you're building 3-bedroom apartments, it would be nice to see that they are actually inviting to families with children. But unless they're hobbits, they're not going to be comfortable in this small a unit. So I'm not that worried about safe routes to school because I don't think there are going to be any children. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
But if they are hobbits, then they'll have that creative office space to
walk
down into. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to entertain a motion, and I don't hear any other discussion. And the motion should read something like approved per staff recommendation with the following modifications. One is our standard condition for case management, which will be known as the Launders Clause from now on. And then also the same standard condition regarding the avoidance of corporate housing. And, well, you can get two, it's okay. And then that the ARB review particularly the south facade, the one on Pennsylvania Avenue, that needs some additional tweaking. And the real problem is that that's the most dominant facade, but the most dominant facade is on the smallest street, if you know what I mean. Pennsylvania is a little tiny street. And the more graceful facade is on the bigger street. So anyway, can we get a motion to that effect?
I
know, but I'm saying.
Yeah.
Second it.
I will second your motion,
Okay.
your implicitly made motion. But I would like to make a comment about the avoidance of the successor thereto language. I understand that Mr. Rand is being a good representative of his client in so doing, but I believe that, and the language, just to be clear, from the is based on sort of what I read was based on the Yale project that we did the STOA for September 5th, 2018, with just changing facilitate to provide, so that's clearer. And the language for the corporate housing, I think, would be based on the and the language for the corporate housing, which would be the description as well as the condition without the successor there too. But I just would like to make sure that the description accurately reflects the owner's intent that this is going to be rented to permanent residents. And I believe that there's language in the 1828 Ocean approval that captures the spirit of that intent, as we expect that the council will. The other comment that I would make is that given that this has come up a couple of times, I do think that when
Staff brings us the corporate housing discussion item ahead of council, and we do that we do attend to recommending that whatever the ordinance is, it be generally applicable to all projects and not just to projects moving forward. So with that, my second.
I have one more comment. And this, again, has nothing to do with whether we can improve the DRP or not. The fact that there are four extremely low income units in this project, I think, speaks for me to the importance of off-site AHPP projects. I mean, we're talking about social services for the 4 people in this building. I mean, come on. Whereas if they're in a community corp, for example, building, they have total access to social services and support for their kids and what have you. You can't expect that from a project like this. Then there's not going to be on-site service provision.
We're not requiring that. We're just saying.
Well,
that
it's infeasible. I mean, it's just, there's 4 people. Whereas off-site, you've got the whole array of whatever. We can't make them do off-site, obviously.
Right. I mean,
the tough thing about. Oh, I apologize.
Go ahead.
But the tough thing about that is that what we don't want is developers who are less responsible than this particular developer to begin to segregate out of every building and move people away from their highly desirable, high-end apartments and cast them as second-rate citizens. Now, no, that's clearly happened on a number of occasions. And yet, in the DCP, because we allowed off-site and because we allowed it to move at least half a mile or to 9th Street, we've made some projects feasible. And so we do have to balance that up. But it's actually quite an important social thing that people of all income levels and all stages in life live side by side. That's really important. Otherwise, well, you may not agree, but I do think when you have people who are only living in $6,000 and $8,000 a month apartments, there's a certain mindset that begins to take place. And one of the great things about the AHPP is it kept all income and social levels together. You do bring up a good point, though, and that is that if we are dealing with people who are extremely deprived, then there is a need to service them.
You shouldn't use the word deprived.
Well, no, they may be, certainly of money. That's what I'm thinking about, not of anything else. And so that means that they may need other services and support. They may not. That's the other thing about this case management that we put into everything. People may not and absolutely might not want it.
Well, it's and/or
well,
support.
We
had that discussion before.
I understand. Let me respond to that. I mean, I've been doing affordable housing all my life, and I've seen the value of a nonprofit-owned affordable housing project where you have tutoring for the kids, and you have community rooms, and you have all kinds of job counseling, etc. You do not have that in a mixed-income project. It is impossible to replicate that. And the idea of ghettoizing Santa Monica, it just floors me. I mean, having worked in South... What?
So much does.
It does. I mean, I don't think we're talking about a segregated situation. I think we're talking about putting people who need affordable housing together so they can avail themselves of the services. And my bet is the people of 1626 Lincoln don't feel like they're living in a segregated ghetto.
Okay, thank you. Jason.
Yeah, Chair, do we have a motion that was made? Was it seconded?
Yes.
It was seconded.
Okay.
We had some friendly amendments that were sort of shaping it up, but...
So with the understanding that the motion excludes the successor thereto and includes the language that staff proposed to supplement the message to ARB,
Yeah.
Softening.
then I'll be then I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay.
I just had one other comment on this. I think if we're acknowledging missed opportunities with respect to affordability and this neighborhood, I just would say that, and again, I'm seconding the motion to approve the project with these conditions, but given this neighborhood and what I know of it from having driven around it, this is the kind of place where I might have hoped to see more live work. And potentially a couple of artist live work units, which I know are part of the Bergamot area plan because there's this kind of thinking in that neighborhood. And so when we're thinking about affordability, I do want to think about affordable housing, and I do want to encourage more affordable housing production, but I also would note that I think this is the kind of project where it could have been a really interesting opportunity to see a couple of affordable live-work setups, given the mix of economic and creative uses that are happening in this particular neighborhood.
I'll speak to that. So, interesting point. I think the only balance about that is that the owner of the property also proposes to occupy it with his business. Yeah. So that does change it a little bit. We, at ARB the other night, saw a property down on Santa Monica where the current is a restaurant. Coogie's or something. Yeah. And the guy's included 3 or 4 live-work units there because he has a private community garden across the road. I bet you didn't know that, did you? So we are seeing different approaches moving forward when people own the property themselves. And I think it would have been nice to see a little more affordability on this, but we listened to what Mr. Rand was saying about the economics of it, and maybe as we move forward into reviewing the Bergamot area and some of the boulevards, we have to have a discussion about a little more inclusionary and a little more FAR to make these go. And with that, I will support the project.
Okay.
No, I don't want to talk. I just want to vote.
Okay, so let me just add two other thoughts. We do have some concerns, which I think should be listed, that the units are extremely small, especially the 3-bedroom units that have 3 baths. 3 baths, yeah. The A and B units have 3 baths, so they're not really set up as family units, you know. And we have a tentative offer, which we can't make a condition of approval, regarding the conference room, which I think would be a great add to the neighborhood and also to the project, because the conference room could also be used by all those struggling live-work artists down below in the basement.
Right. Perhaps the STOA perhaps there could be some collaboration with the applicant in the project description to reflect an openness to this that doesn't create a condition of approval, which the applicant's not open to, but.
Okay, well.
In the project description somehow. I don't have language in mind.
Yeah.
But
anyway, I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't object to taking out one of those 3 bathrooms in those very small units, and I wouldn't object to putting in a conference room downstairs, but that's not part of our mandate at the moment. So I'd like to call the question. All those in favor?
All right. Oh, we have to go. Roll call. Did you call me?
I will.
A little
Yep.
slow on the upbeat tonight.
Vice Chair Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
Chair Fonda Bernardi?
Yes. Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break.
Good thinking. Genius thinking.
I know.
What we really need is a smoking room,
So,
obviously, in every one of these projects.
here's what we really need is this project has virtually no objection, and we spent 2 hours on it. There's virtually no objection. No vote against it. You know, so
We got one letter, right?
We have laid basis of changing that rule, which is the rest of it's quite elegant. Down the track in the building.
writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help.
I know I'm going to lambast my commissioners, or actually ask them for suggestions. We spent 2 hours on a project that had no controversy, short staff report, short applicant because he couldn't talk a lot, no public testimony, and yeah, and we forced Amy to camp out there and everybody else to camp out there.
I blame the right wing of the commission,
okay.
and I moved that they not be allowed to speak for more than a minute.
All right,
it's true they've been in Orange County today, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. See?
So let's.
They come from Orange County?
Comparing us to Orange?
Yes.
Okay, so. Okay, well, that's an incentive. Okay, so could we have the report from the city staff and anybody who's in the team to make a presentation?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alan Loomis. I'll be doing the presentation. I think we're item 8A, Promenade 3.0. Right. So I'll do a brief introduction, and then our project team's going to do a brief condensed presentation that is the highlights of the report that you've already seen. So we've asked them to keep that relatively brief so that you have time for questions. I want to do two pieces of introduction before I get started. So as you'll recall, last time you saw us was we talked to you about Promenade 3.0 was in December, when we talked about the public life, public space survey that we were about to embark upon. What you're going to see today, our presentation is going to focus on what we learned out of that survey, which some of the results were expected, some are sort of surprising, and some are just sort of interesting. So that's kind of the bulk of the presentation that our consultants will put forward. There's no official action we're asking of you tonight, but obviously your comments are very welcome. So before I do contextualize that report, I want to share with you a video that our colleagues at downtown Santa Monica found and shared with their board, who saw the same presentation last week, which is just useful in the sense of just sort of getting a sense of how the promenade is perceived out in the world. And I think since you just spent 2 hours, a little levity is warranted.
Every heart of the pier. Promenade. Every now and then you need a little distraction from them questioning your choices in life. Promenade. Every now and then your mom and sister want pizza, but your brother and your dad can't decide. Promenade, 3rd Street. Every now and then you need a break. Promenade, 3rd Street. Every now and then you want to shake, and they have familiar stores, stores they know and they shopped at forever. And if they want different foods tonight, no one has to eat together. And it's novel to be outside, ocean breeze and shopping together. Take the metro to the end of the line. Street performers sing on key some of the time. Some of the time. You can go there in the day, you can go there in the dark. With people who don't live here, it's just like a theme park. Let's go to 3rd Street tonight. Your cousin's in town tonight. You need something to do tonight. Once upon a time they asked where you go to church. Now they're strolling under the stars. Their problems with your life can't compete with a street with no cars. This mall's on a street with no cars. This mall's on a street with no cars.
Chair, I know we were just talking about why the last item took so long, but can we watch that again?
The Glendale Galleria. And when I first saw it, I watched all three of them like 5 times in a row. So
But ours is the best one, right?
it is the best one,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
for sure. Okay, so Promenade 3.1 has a number of different components to it. It's the phrase Promenade 3.0 is a term that's encompassing a variety of different kinds of actions and initiatives that the city and DTSM are sort of engaged in simultaneously, and this chart maps them out. So you have in lane 1 a set of questions about managing public space. That has to do with event regulations, public safety, like making the downtown police substation permanent, et cetera. And that really has to do with clarifying the relationship between the city and downtown Santa Monica. Lane 2 has to do with the issues related to private property. So that has to do with permitting of storefronts, trash enclosures, the like. Has to do with tenant selection. As you know, the 3rd Street is not a single ownership, it's multiple ownership, so trying to coordinate property owners on how they pursue tenants and having a little bit more coordinated strategy and sort of bringing people to the city. And so everything that relates there under lane 2 is about the private property. And then under lane 3 has to do with developing the physical infrastructure of the street. And our presentation tonight is really focused on that lane 3, just the physical infrastructure of the street, the streetscape itself. And what we're really interested in this particular question is, well, it very likely is going to result in a capital improvement project of some kind to be determined as we move through this process. We're really interested in developing an appropriate platform for the kinds of activities that are talked about in lane 1 or in lane 2, so we have the right physical infrastructure to support that. So for example, if we think about under lane 1, modifying event regulations, and people might say we'd like to have major events on the promenades, like concerts with lighting, et cetera, we need to make sure that the promenade physical infrastructure has the appropriate electrical hookups and lighting to support that kind of event. So the physical infrastructure, we need to get that right to support the kinds of events that we might want to see. But knowing that there's these other 2 lanes that are also being dealt with, tonight's presentation is really an update on the existing conditions of the physical infrastructure. So where we're at in the process right now with the team that I'll introduce shortly, is really this, we're just completing part one, which is the needs assessment, or as I said, it's an existing conditions report. And what you've seen in your packet, hopefully had a chance to review, has been presented to the Downtown Santa Monica Board last week and to the policy task force, or kind of advisory group that we put together earlier in February, and will be presented to property owners who have property on 3rd Street next week. And so that last meeting next week is by invitation only, but the other 3 have been open to the public. So where we'll be moving forward after this is to develop a set of concept plans. That'd be part 2. So the first step is we're going to come up with 3 different kind of design scenarios. And then through a public process and kind of feedback loops, we'll try and narrow that down to a single draft plan, and then ultimately to a final plan that could be presented to you, Downtown Santa Monica Board, and ultimately the City Council for approval. We would expect that the final concept plan could be finished by the beginning of summer, but depending on the kind of need for feedback, it may not be completely finalized until the end of summer. And the reason for that is that we are sort of gearing up the idea that some of the short-term implementation projects could be implemented this spring, or even kind of concepts that might be part of the long-term capital improvement project could be beta tested during the spring and summer. And so there may be a kind of desire to sort of put some of those things out in the street, and our team will talk about some of their ideas for that at this point. Put some of those out on the street and see how people respond to them over the summer before we kind of button everything up and say this is the final plan. So, you know, for example, if somebody says we need to have more kids playing area, we could try that out over the summer, see how people respond. If it's attracting lots of kids and really successful, then we say that's part of the final plan. If no kids show up, then we would say maybe that's not part of the final plan. So the concept plan is going to be basically a vision plan, a kind of for the public infrastructure that could then move into detailed construction drawings and financing and for construction. And so part 3, the implementation planning, would come after that. The scope of work we have with our team right now only takes us as far as part 2. So with that, I'm ready to introduce the team unless there's questions about the scope and the schedule, or we can take all the questions at the end.
We'll take the questions at the end.
Okay, very good. So our team is led by Rios Clemente Hale Studios, and Nate Cormier is the lead landscape architect with Rios' team.
We can introduce ourselves while setting up. Hi, I'm Nate Cormier. My colleague Peter and I are leaders of the landscape architecture studio at Rios Clemente Hale. And we're joined by Blaine Merker with Gale Studio. You met Sophie last time we were here. And so Blaine will follow up on what we learned through that public space, public life study. Do we have a clicker? That'll click. Boom. All right. So, you know, you've hopefully had a chance to review the documents. We're just going to breeze over the highlights. We want to make sure to touch on the purpose of our work here. Really, this is a statement that positions us as part of a long legacy of investments in this space. And so not only the dramatic transformations that have taken place roughly every 30 years now, but also the work that you've done in your DCP. You guys have already been out, you know, with various I'll move very slowly closer.
If you just speak, we could probably hear you. What about the last person in the back? Can you hear that person speaking in a natural voice?
No.
It's your glasses now.
All right, I think we're good. Okay, so we just wanted to make sure that the beginning of this document stresses that this is part of a legacy. This isn't some dramatic transformation out of the blue. It's a continual investment and renewal of this heart of downtown. All right, maybe if I change the slide, maybe that'll help. Alan did a great job of introducing these two, part one and part two. We're really at the hinge between those. We've done a lot of work about the existing conditions. You'll see lots in the document both about the physical conditions as well as the social conditions that Blaine will speak to. Something as we turn our attention to the physical design that will also be important is articulating project goals. And so before we get into those scenarios, we are here to hear from you guys, help us and give us your priorities as we start to develop different scenarios that can be compared and benchmarked. Part of our work was, of course, to review all of these various scales of analysis that you've already been conducting. And we've also been contextualizing the project at a range of scales in terms of its position as a competitor in the regional retail landscape. The last time there was a major upgrade to the promenade, there were probably only a handful of these large destinations, and now you have dozens that are part of that competitive landscape. Also thinking of it in terms of the options and choices that families and folks who have visitors coming to town, as that video suggested, where do you take somebody? Where do you go to recreate, to enjoy life on the West Side? And we have an abundance of choices, and how does 3rd Street Promenade complement those? And at the scale of downtown, how is this space a contributor to the daily life of people who work and live in the vicinity? And then building on the work in your DCP, this suite of public realm improvements, how does 3rd Street Promenade both physically connect to those, the paseos, the alleys, the intersections, the semi-public spaces, how do we connect to those? And then how do we programmatically complement those in terms of the offerings that occur on the promenade? I'm going to turn it over to Peter to give some highlights about the physical conditions.
Thank you. So together with our engineering consultant, KPFF, we took a detailed dive into the existing physical conditions of the 3rd Street Promenade, focusing on 6 topic areas. And I'll just give you a glimpse of each one of those 6 this evening, but the full documentation of the physical assessment is in the report that's been provided. So our first look was at the furnishings, and there were some interesting observations. First of all, they're all 30-year-old furnishings. And second, in this case, on the 1200 block, there's actually no permanent places to sit. So that's an interesting insight. The vegetation, talking with urban forestry, engineering, and observing the site and reading through the reports and workshops that have already been done, it's clear that the palm trees are very iconic, but they have a 30-year lifespan ahead of them. The main constraint there is that in 30 years they'll be too tall to maintain. Meanwhile, the jacaranda trees do present some maintenance challenges. They're also 30 years old. They're in a variety of conditions. Some are okay, some not so okay. And so it's important to think about the future of trees and the health of those on the 3rd Street Promenade. Signage and artwork, maybe it's simplest to say there's a lot of different signs, and there's no one family of signage and wayfinding on the promenade. So that's something that should be considered moving forward. And then the paving conditions. Some of the paving dates back 60 years, some of it dates back 30 years, and then there's a mix of stuff that's been done in between. So what we're left with right now is a patchwork of different paving types and materials. And speaking with engineering, we've learned that the drainage and the wet utilities specifically on the promenade that really travel through the promenade. They're not necessarily servicing a lot of these buildings. Most of the service comes from the alleys. This is more of a utility thoroughfare. They're all 60-year-old utilities. They were not replaced 30 years ago. And the sense from engineering is that if extensive rework of the promenade is being done, it would be smart to replace those now, and it would be desirable to replace those with that project effort. And lastly, we looked at the existing pavilions and facades. We documented all of the facades and how they interact with the promenade, and specifically their use. So vacancy, food and beverage, retail, and health and wellness. Turn it over to Blaine.
Thank you. Blaine Merker from Gale, based in San Francisco and New York and Copenhagen. So as a part of the team, we looked at the public life profile that exists now and took a snapshot over 2 days. I think you heard a presentation from a colleague of mine about what we intended to do. This is really to understand what the current public life profile is so that we can have a conversation about what we want it to be. And this is really looking at sort of putting that activity in life as an outcome that design, programming, and regulation can support. So what we did was we looked at 2 days in December during the height of the shopping season on a Wednesday and a Saturday. We took a long period of ethnographic survey. We observed what was happening, quantifying the numbers of people who are moving and also the people, importantly, who are staying and who those people are, age, gender, and we looked at posture and activity and really taking that as a sort of a way that people can vote with their bodies by spending time and place. And we also asked people what they like and what they'd like to see differently. And I'll go over the results of that really quickly. There's a lot of data that is behind all this, so we can certainly go into more of it in discussion if you like. Out of the results of the survey, we came up with 8 sort of insights, and this is just them summarized, but I'm going to go through them quickly one by one. The first is that you have people coming from all over the world to the promenade. It really is this destination. I mean, it's the fact that the video, is the place where you take your cousins and your parents is correct. It's really what represents sort of the public center of Santa Monica. So it's where people come from all over the world, but really most of the people there are actually from nearby. At the same time, it lacks local, maybe a representative local offerings. It's like quite a bit of sort of national chains and so on. Each block is really has a unique mix of visitors, locals, people from the LA area, and tourists. So we see the people from the LA region mostly on the 1400 block, the most tourists in the center block on 1300, and the most local Santa Monica folks on the 1200 block. Second observation is that it's, Santa Monica is a hub for active mobility. People are coming by bikes and scooters and walking, and the mode split on the promenade, people who get there are more than half are coming by foot, by bike, by scooter, and transit. So it's really great. And there's probably a real opportunity to kind of lean into that more. Tourists are the most likely to walk. The most likely to bike are locals. The most likely to drive are going to be visitors from the outside sort of LA area, and employees working on the promenade are most likely to take transit. 3rd Street attracts a pretty young and diverse audience. In fact, it is more young and diverse than Santa Monica as a whole. And what we heard from folks is that they're looking to do more than just shopping. Things we heard a lot in intercept surveys is they want fewer chain stores, they want more shopping choices, they want more price points, they're interested in going to events, there's a desire to have more stuff for kids, to eat and drink outside, public restrooms, more art and music. People show up because they hear it's where the sort of singers and the culture is, and they expect to see that. 4th insight is that really, it's all about retail, and the promenade knows retail quite well. It's really got, I think, something that's working quite well. but at the same time, it is maybe missing out on some opportunities for a different kind of public life profile. So what we see here is the pattern of people moving, and there's a real noticeable peak, in the middle of the day around 1 o'clock. When you look at the other lines are the peaks for 2nd and 4th Streets, and so you see a really different public life profile there. So it suggests maybe that the promenade itself is missing out on a profile of activity in the evening and morning. And when you compare that with other streets, other pedestrian streets, you actually see that other streets in sort of well-known pedestrian areas have a much broader profile often of activity throughout the day without this central spike. So that was just a noticeable pattern that we saw. Fifth insight is that, actually the space is so successful in some places at drawing people that nobody stops to stay. And when I'm talking about the public space, there, especially on the 1400 block, there are so many people moving. We actually see the more people move, the fewer people stay. So here's a graph representing that. You see the dark line is the extraordinary volumes of people moving. Actually, this is what I want to show you. The solid spikes there at the center are extraordinary volumes of people moving. The dashed lines are the people staying, and you see there's a relationship between the more people you have moving, the fewer people are actually staying in the public space. So maybe an opportunity there to change that. When people do stay, they stay where there are invitations to. They stay where there are seats. That's where they sit. The pretty successful experiments in games and play really do draw people to use those. What we see is that where there's nothing for people to sit on or do, they don't stop. In terms of safety, most people feel very safe there. There's a little bit of a different profile from block to block, and I think this is interesting. What sort of public life profile do you want to see on each block, and they could be different. The 1200 block is really the most locals, but the lowest activity overall, and the interventions with the games and chairs are really doing kind of the most work to keep people around. 1300 block has the highest percentage of tourists. It feels like the epicenter of where you want to visit to sort of see the promenade. It attracts an older population, more than twice the number of the surrounding blocks, or twice the number of seniors on that block. More eating and drinking activities. And on the 1400 block, most cultural activity, most performers, more kids and young adults, people spending a little more time on that block. The stickiness, which is the proportion of people staying to the people moving through, so more stickiness is more people choosing to stay, varies from block to block as well. The center block has the stickiest sort of quality to it. For every 17 people moving, one stays. Actually, the 1400 block, that's really the kind of healthiest retail, has the fewest number of people staying, as we mentioned. Again, just different qualities on every block. The most public seating is on the 1200 block. Those are all kind of temporary, but it also had the highest use of that public seating. The most eating and drinking was happening on the 1300 block, and if there's the most pay-to-sit areas, you do see more than half of the people who are staying are paying customers. And the 1400 block has the most young adults. There was one interesting thing that on the 1200 block, there were sort of fewer women staying, and on the other two blocks, there seemed to be more women staying. We look for patterns if we see something that's anomalous from what the general demographic is. And then the last couple insights here is that, 3rd Street could really be a third place. 3rd place being like somewhere that's not home, not work, but a place that you go to meet other people. And so those who spent the longest time on 3rd Street also said they wanted to stay for the performances. It was those two things kind of went together. And the performances and the cultural events seem to have an interactive quality among observers too. So more than half of the people we surveyed had interfaced with someone they'd never met before, and many of those, the single biggest reason was that an interaction occurred kind of around a performance. Finally, the promenade is a strong spine, but it could really be part of a stronger network. The alleyways hold a great potential to be part of that network, and second and fourth offer a different public life profile that could potentially be sort of a escape, release valve from the crush of people on the promenade. So we're really encouraging the team to look at, how can these spaces function together as a network, and how might we sort of get people off of the promenade as well to explore the rest of the urban fabric. And then just finally, I'll say that we would like to do further study as we talk about sort of the experimenting with different interventions. It would be great to get other times of the year when we know that the public life profile will be different. And with that, I will hand it back over to Peter to talk about some of the options for intervention.
So as we move towards developing different concept scenarios for the promenade, we wanted to start off by creating a menu of improvement options, both near-term improvement options and long-term. And some of these near-term options have to do with programming, but some also have to do with physical improvements as well that can be utilized for the long term. And then all of this really is a collection of ideas that stem from past community outreach that's been done, and also the process that's underway right now. So as we've been talking about this idea of testing concepts over the summer, and you can see some of that happening there now with the games and the lounge chairs, we really want to test this idea of where people want to gather and where that is best situated along the promenade. So here you can see some examples of relatively easy to build gathering spaces that might help people feel secure gathering despite the flow of people moving around them. So we want to kind of test this idea of a social eddy where the river of people can move around those who gather on the promenade and want to stay. Also, there's been some really successful installations testing things like shade structures, something that can be seen as a landmark, perhaps on the 1200 block, to draw people to that block, and also integrate elements like water features to test whether or not it's a place for play. Movable furniture is a big one. People want to move furniture around. They want to create their own place to sit. Everybody wants to kind of move their chair, adjust it, and find the place they want to sit. So this is a really easy way to change the way the promenade is used. And you can see here some really colorful and fun examples of how that's being done. And Nate will jump into the long-term improvement options.
So it was our intent with these, and you've got dozens and dozens that we're just hitting a few highlights today. It was our intent to record all of these great ideas people have had, and for each one of them, go find some good examples, list a few of the implications, whether it's cost or policy, that including an element like that in this menu, right? You get to cook something wonderful for this next extension of the legacy of the promenade. We wanted people to have these reference points. Oop, wrong way. Why is it going backwards? I'm jinxed tonight. Oh, there you go. All right, thank you. So imagine that some of these test projects this summer, they're smashing successes, and people all come back raving that they want more dramatic improvements over the coming years, and we can pitch a capital improvement that is substantial and married to the kinds of programming that everybody dreams of having here. These are an array of bigger ideas for what might happen here. This is re-envisioning the way we dine on the promenade. Right now it's really largely segregated to the typical cafe seating associated with an adjacent building. There are a number of examples around the country and around the world where instead you have a ganged location that restaurants could all serve to, could have more of a beer garden quality, could have this central island quality that Charlottesville has. But we really think that a different kind of social experience, a different kind of opportunity for various restaurants to serve customers could happen with that. If you try out a water feature and everybody loves it and we want to go for something more dramatic, our experience is that they aren't just for kids. Everybody loves a magnetic, really elegant water feature. Our experience at Grand Park, for example, is that of course the kids go and wet their feet in it and run through it, but it also becomes a performance stage. It also becomes something that is a backdrop for everybody's Instagrams and everything else. It's a real magnet throughout the year. So this is one we haven't seen used as often, but now as a resident of Santa Monica and spending a winter here, I've come to appreciate how important having places to get warm at the beach are as well. And so, for example, Manhattan Beach has a wonderful communal fireplace, and so you could imagine a magnetic draw using water in the summer, but using fire in the winter would be a really special experience. And imagine the traditions and social life that could occur with infrastructure like that. Of course, there's all the traditional tools of landscape architecture and urban design, the paving and the seating and the plants and so forth that we could explore in greater depth. With our practice, we're always fascinated by and encouraging of exploring the botanical abundance of our region and really trying to communicate that to people. There's, of course, sustainability reasons, but it's also aesthetic. It's about real wellness and the quality of life of people inhabiting it. Compared to other significant public spaces around the world right now, the promenade is quite spare. It's a very it's 90% hardscape, and that's being generous with the pots and things. So there's definitely room for a look at rebalancing the amount of green vegetation and making those gardens a real attraction on the promenade. And of course, all of the different social layers that could go along with a more substantial tilt towards green. We know there's some more fundamental infrastructural improvements that folks are clamoring for. Principally, in our experience out there, safety at that intersection between the promenade and the streets that are cutting through. More substantial bollards, or they can be artfully integrated with other site furnishings to provide that resistance to intrusion, but in a way that could be fun or elegant with the rest of the design. And everybody loves paying for digging a hole and putting your money in it and covering it up. But that is the advice so far from the maintenance folks, is that if you were to do something substantial here, the pipes are made out of clay, and you don't want to do whatever you're going to do twice. So while you have it torn up, if you tear something up, it is the time to replace those. And you have a somewhat successful kiosk program. You have the various vendors, but we think these are also a great opportunity potentially. This is maybe between long-term and near-term. You could have competitions for these, or you could treat these as real catalysts for supporting other types of local businesses with the small architecture of the promenade. And then finally, and this hopefully will lead into some other activities that we'll be doing later in the spring, but really getting more creative about the quality of light, projections, how that feeds into media, all the various creative and performative arts that we can draw on in our region. The promenade could extend all of that attraction into the evening with a robust lighting program. And so that is our highlights reel from the first piece of work, existing conditions, needs assessment, and this menu of things that we've heard and we wanted to make sure we included for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have some more public, Alan, do you have something else you want to add?
No, I'm just going to MC the questions and field them as appropriate.
Oh, okay. We have one public comment. Maybe I'd like to take that first before we dive into the questions.
Thanks again. Before I start, I wanted to publicly acknowledge how much we appreciate Commissioner McKinnon coming to the ARB meetings and putting out there and giving his thoughtful comments. That's just, you know, other people do that and it takes time. Just wanted to thank you. As far as this, I've gone to the meetings and admire the creativity and the time and everything that's gone in. I've talked to a lot of people from the community. I've talked to people from the task force. Everybody has differences of opinions. There's hundreds and hundreds of ideas. And Lord knows, I mean, why would I know better than anybody else? I wouldn't. But I just want to share my feeling that we have a great promenade as is. We've had big concerts there without changing the infrastructure. We had hundreds and hundreds of peoples of concerts right there in the design that's there. My wife and I walk. She's an art therapist. She loved the diversity of the paving. Where it's cracked, lots of people, including the late maintenance guy Eddie Greenberg, said, you don't need to tear anything up. Put a few art things in where the cracks are. There it is. There's no one that's going to say, I'm not going to come to the promenade unless you tear up the sidewalk, change everything, get new chairs and things that are better for me to throw my trash in. And it's not, the furnishings are not 30 years old. They changed them a couple times in their entirety over the years. They've added bike racks, they've added arts, they've done things. We're lucky we have this design from the get-go. We're lucky we're right near the beach. When people are moving around, they're walking to go somewhere. If they go off the promenade, they might go to the beach to come back again to eat. It's okay that they're not just stopping. The people, look, if there wasn't this problem right now of what's going on with Amazon and retail, we wouldn't even be talking about all this stuff. So all I'm saying is, unless you want to invest all kinds of money into tearing up stuff and people want to throw that around, I think a lot of people would say, you know, I liked it better the way it was before, after it's all said and done. So what you need is to try stuff, but leave stuff there for flexible stuff. Things that'll bring people in. Bring people into what you got, and you could change it for the seasons, for St. Patrick's Day, for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, for whatever, and add those kinds of things and bring people in and do things for kids and seniors and everything else and have special events and all the time. But you don't need to just change everything. We have those beautiful dinosaurs, there's water elements already there, and we don't have to change the curbs. I talked to people with the Disabilities Commission. They're not a problem.
Finish your sentence, please.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you have to fix the pipes underneath, okay, that's an important thing. But you don't have to just tear everything up for aesthetic reasons and then do it. And as far as the curbs there, it's good, as the video said.
Thank you, Jerry.
Real fast.
No, this is going way
just one
beyond.
second. There's no cars there. I waited a whole evening while you guys were there for hours. I'm just saying it's good, like they had that singing video, no cars, but those curbs are there for people to sit. They're natural seating, and they're not a problem for people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now we're into the question mode. Sean, you'd like to give us a little report, little operant word. Little.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about how to summarize it in 3 bullets. So Commissioner Fresco, Commissioner Lambert, and I were appointed to the Promenade Task Force, and for this past meeting to which Alan referred, it was Nina and I who were there for the meeting, and I just wanted to offer a couple of comments on that meeting, which was very well run and very well represented. I would say that Nina and I both asked questions about authenticity one way or another. Her concern was for maintaining the historic authenticity of the promenade, for making sure that the promenade reflected its history, and that whatever happened moving forward was actually, maintaining the story and staying true to the history of the promenade. I asked the question in a slightly different way, which had to do with the research that had been done, And the points of comparison that were being made, if you saw on the slide, there was a sort of note about the different retail centers. And my concern was, well, what are we comparing the promenade to? Are we comparing it to other environments within Santa Monica? Are we comparing it to, are we competing for shopping mall traffic? Are we competing for other uses? You saw in some of the points that folks were saying they wanted more cultural uses, more things to do with their kids, more bookstores, stuff like that. And most importantly, and that the conversation went in this direction for some time, authenticity, and this is what Mayor Davis said, places are thought of as authentic when they are used by the residents, when they are seen as lived environments. And so the way to marry our reactions is to think of a historical lineage of authenticity. Let's make it true to its history, but also making sure that the promenade is authentic in the sense that it's actually responding to resident priorities and is attractive to residents. And to that end, you know, there was I recommended that there be more consultation with our human services commissions, particularly the disability, senior, and status of women, and that we just think a little bit more broadly about how that might look. Last point to put on the table, because this came up both at the meeting and then again in the press stories that have emerged about this. This study focused on the use of public space, but there are a number of private spaces on the promenade where there is significant foot traffic and significant usage. I mean, the classic example of this might be the Apple Store, where you see crowds of people, not all customers at all, but there are other owners who want to draw people into private space. And so one of the comments that was made at this meeting that I do think is worth sharing with the full commission is that if we're going to be evaluating the use of space on the promenade, we don't have any interest in any of the individual private interests, but we ought to be looking at the relationship between the use of private and public space. Who's using public, who's using private, when, where, and why.
Let's just go down the road.
Is that me?
Some questions.
You guys are really jinxed these microphones.
They want us to go home.
I do too. Thank you very much. I'm not sure, maybe you can clarify what Nina, well, she's not here, what she means by authenticity. What does that mean?
So the promenade has a history. There are buildings on the, so for example, there are a number of buildings that were built quite a long time ago where over time have accrued facades have changed.
So she's talking about private property.
She's talking about private property, and she's talking about the sense of built space that has the history of built space along the promenade. She also has concerns about uses like the absence of nightlife, which is
but
bad.
that's different from what we're doing here. I mean, this is about the public space and the promenade, which hopefully will generate people to use the private space.
Right. Right.
Okay. You know, I found interesting that the majority of people, at least in December, who were on the promenade were local. And what I found really remarkable was that the highest use was from zip code that is downtown, which is understandable. But the second highest was Sunset Park and Ocean Park. So, and I live in Sunset Park, and I'm down there a lot. So that was interesting. I have a lot of thoughts about, I don't know, you want input from us tonight? Is that the idea of, okay. I was in Europe last fall, Germany specifically, and those guys really know what they're doing when it comes to city planning. Munich, I just absolutely loved Munich, and one of the reasons I did was the public spaces in the old town were so well thought out. And there were sort of outdoor built beer hall kinds of communal eating, and lots of people and lots of activity. I'm not sure we want to do a beer hall on the promenade, but why not? But that kind of communal eating, I think, was just a fantastic asset in downtown Munich. And I think, I mean, also clearly the water element is cool, but we want to do, I'm not sure how many senior citizens are going to be slishing and sloshing through the water. Clearly we want to have different activities for different age groups. And for seniors, I think probably sitting is an activity they're very into, and shading that seating is important, either from rain or from sun. And the alley activation, I'm a strong fan of. I don't know why we haven't done that. I really don't, because it's being done. I mean, Pasadena is like the crown and the jewel in the crown in terms of, as far as I'm concerned, in Los Angeles, of what you can do with alleys. We have some really incredible opportunities for activating our alleys, and I think, are you guys involved in that, or just the promenade itself? There's so much potential there. And if you want to relate to 2nd and 4th Street, that's the obvious way to do it and to attract people into those alleys. And then I'm not sure, maybe Kathleen is more the person who talked about the vacancy on the promenade is very disturbing, and I'm sure you're focusing on that. And the interaction between an active and inviting public space and the success of private space, they can't be seen individually, because they really, if you bring people, I remember years ago, we used to go to the promenade on weekend nights, and it was almost like too crowded to enjoy it. And that's no longer the case, at least not except for during the summer. And part of the reason is we lost a movie theater. And obviously the whole movie theater business is not what it once was, but it was so much more active then, and I hope it is again. The fact that there's a 37% vacancy rate on the 1200 block is, and I know a lot of that's Barnes & Noble, but that is really alarming. And in terms of affordable retail, Old Navy is very affordable. What? No, Old Navy is the one doing well. It's the Gap, Banana Republic that are not doing well. In fact, they split Old Navy off because it's successful, because it's cheap. So thank you again, and I look forward to hearing more.
So Jerry actually has a pretty good point. Got to that stage in Commission and City Life where Jerry makes good sense every time he speaks. And the point he's making is that quite old structures can still do quite well in terms of what's activated and programmed there. So you guys have talked a lot about the things we need to do and this and that and the other thing. But what about his point?
Drawing all of those scenarios yet, but in the conversations that have emerged through the needs assessment, it's clear that we're not going to bring you 3 flavors of off-the-wall transformation, that one of the critical tests...
So the pink chairs are not in?
Well, there might be, we love pink chairs, but my point is the scenarios are going to be a really great opportunity for you to say, okay, if you say that the framework is, what could you do? What's the best you could do, and not touch the curbs, or not, you decide what is sacred, different levels of sacredness to what you find out there today. We can put our creativity, bring this team, all these folks together, and deliver that and be able to compare it and say, you know what, if your goal was attracting families, or if your goal was more nightlife, this solution that is constrained by retaining, you'll have lower costs, you'll have maybe a kind of authenticity of 1989. Those things will be weighed against what programmatic possibilities does that unleash, and then you can say maybe there's there's a small, medium, large amount of improvement associate that will then be able to bring you those comparisons and say, if you went curbless and new materials, et cetera, that allows you to have a stage, or it allows you, we'll be able to say, here's program in relationship to amount of change.
Because I do take a slightly different point of view from Commissioner Lambert, who was talking about the street itself. And I think it's a little more than the street itself than we're looking at. It's not just the concrete. And it's how people consume the space or use the space. And it does seem that there's a generational change going on. And the last iteration of the promenade talked about that and constructed a 30-year-long iteration of space that's worked extremely well but isn't working so well now. And it may be that retail has changed for all times, but I think people have changed. And so is some discussion about liquor licensing part of it? Is some discussion of, can we have bars down there? We had the first application for live music in quite a long time. That Casa Martin was what? Certainly not in the last 10 years that I've been on this commission. So that's quite a long time. if you sit in a meeting in Santa Monica, some people will go, oh, bar's great, let's do a bar crawl. And I'd have to say some of the older people will make the suggestion that that's not really where we want. What we want is continuing the restaurants, 35% hard line, no more alcohol as part of the sales. And yet somehow there needs to be a mix, because clearly the change in the community is on. People want to consume their entertainment in different sorts of ways. So another feature might well be, how do we allow people to move in and out of buildings and change what's done in the buildings at a faster rate? Now, we put the DCP in place, but maybe we need to look at flexibility now in what we can do in terms of zoning and relaxing the zoning. And the planning director and I have had some discussion about this, but I do think flexibility in zoning is going to be a key part of that. Does that come into play, Mr. Martin, as part of this?
Yes, certainly. There's I'd call it a parallel track where we're looking at the issues that you're describing. How do we make it easier
Who's we?
Really the whole
you and
team,
Roxanne.
The whole group. Yeah, Roxanne and I, but including everyone else as well. But certainly working closely with Downtown Inc. To identify those things that we can do to help to activate the alleys, for example, to look at our loading requirements to see if they really make sense. We have situations where there are loading spaces that we know have never been used, but they're at the same time preventing the rear of an existing building from being activated. Looking at our resource recovery and recycling requirements to see if there's some flexibility there. Looking at our CUP requirements, and more importantly, the CUP exemption. Right now we have an exemption, but you have to comply with a pretty rigorous list of conditions. Is there a way to relax that? And even if you have dancing, maybe you can still qualify for an exemption. Even if you want to be open to 1:30 or 2 in the morning, maybe you can still get the exemption. So those things are underway. We are, I'd say just now kind of mobilizing and figuring out how to address those issues and make sure that it catches up with the efforts that are going on the promenade itself.
Because what happened through the process of the Downtown Community Plan was that we made some key trade-offs, and we allowed affordable housing that's 100% to come to you for an AA approval. And then we took away some parking requirements. So that introduced some flexibility into what could be built and where. And so on Lincoln, we see a small infill project which will come to you for an AA approval. It's gone through ARB. It's going to be put in place fairly quickly. And so if you say the promenade has always been the centre of Santa Monica life, well, certainly for the last 30 years, and it's lost some of that attractiveness, and it's not as busy. But more to the point, it's not the first thing that everybody from 7-year-old kid to how old do you want to go? Yeah, an older person immediately thinks of as, oh, let's head down there and have a coffee, or let's go down and hang out, because we'll see people that we know. If it's lost that, then we need to build that back in, and that means some flexibility in zoning, it means some flexibility about the use of alcohol and where alcohol is. It means seeing that as the centre of, yes, first the alleys, but then 2nd and 4th Street having slightly different feels that draw people in and out. And as you were showing us the map up there, I thought, well, we have Santa Monica Place, but there's that old theatre that's now got a little bookshop in it right beside it that's got a completely different feel on Broadway. Not Broadway, Santa Monica, I think. Santa Monica as opposed to Arizona. And we definitely need to be striking for that. We've put the DCP in place now. We need to change all the other arrangements around it to make this flexibility happen, because people are consuming public space in quite different ways, and I don't think it's got anything to do with the paving. That contributes to the feel of the place, that makes it attractive to come to. And that's really what I want to see come out of it, that you come out of it with some thought of the sort of people that we're trying to satisfy, and we go all out. And the primary people that you should be satisfying are the people who live here. And the reason I say that is that's the authenticity. That's the place right round the world. If you're in Sydney or Barcelona or Copenhagen, particularly Copenhagen, that's who you go to. And where that's successful locally, whether it's a local coffee joint, that's where all the tourists want to go and hang. So I can't prescribe new stones or whatever, but I can prescribe the people that I want you to focus on. And if you focus on them relentlessly, then I think you create a place that's authentic, or whatever that word is. Thank you. And makes it, and really makes it happen. And Commissioner Parry's always been concerned about how liquor and families mesh. I think we can do it in such a way that there is alcohol present for those who want it, but it doesn't rule out families. But the final thing that I do think you need to look at is that the nighttime economy of this city is completely dead. And we know cities like London have 6% of their GDP generated from a nighttime economy. Places that are less successful are 3. I'd suggest we're doing about 1 or a half or a quarter. So if we go out there, the laugh of the film was it kept saying, come to the promenade tonight. That woman kept singing tonight. There's nobody down there tonight. And there never is. That's certainly something you need to change if you want to make this a place that really works for all of us. Thank you.
Jason.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinnon, for bringing up the alcohol and families connection. I should make clear that the concerns that I've raised in the past have more to do with noise impacts, and from that, the late night noise impacts, and the operation of alcohol establishments obviously plays a role in that. But I would also like to put forward the idea, and from firsthand experience, I can say that it's very likely that if you create a nice mix where there's a place for kids to play, probably outdoors, where the parents can sit back with a well-deserved, well-earned glass of wine, I think that there is such a tremendous demand for that, because most of the places where you take your kids to play, alcohol is prohibited. So if it can be done in a controlled, comfortable, family-friendly atmosphere, I just think there would be tremendous demand for such a thing, at least from me.
It's tremendous demand.
So, taking a step back, we heard from a consultant last year that advised us to look at the promenade as a part of the downtown, and look at really to think across the downtown when we're thinking about what role is the promenade going to play in the future. And it seems that one of your findings or one of your suggestions, that it's a strong spine that could be part of a strong network, ties into that concept. Am I interpreting it correctly? And so I look at some of the interesting things that are happening globally in terms of rethinking public space, rethinking the street, and I hear about the really fascinating and my understanding is very successful yet still controversial idea of the superblock concept in Barcelona, where the general concept is that there is some degree of circulation, not just on foot, but there's some degree of circulation on smaller streets, and then there are, we'll call them arterials on the perimeter that are really providing the bulk of the transportation. And I raise the question of whether does that concept have any kind of application to a new vision for Second Street, possibly even for 4th Street or even beyond. And if it does, that has implications for how we look at 3rd Street. If we're going to be considering shifting the purpose of 2nd Street, for example, in the role that it plays in the circulation in the area, that has implications for what kind of improvements one might make, what kind of changes one might make to 3rd Street. And so I just wanted to raise that general idea of, are we indeed thinking broadly here, where we may be taking a different approach with the downtown, and what we're talking about here with specific to 3rd Street really needs to be tied to the broader conversation.
The quickest answer to that is yes.
So how does that happen when we're talking about developing ideas within the next 6 months?
Well, one of the things that we've specifically tasked Nate and the team here to look at is the concept that's already been floated about closing or partially closing Arizona. And so that obviously crosses 3rd Street, and so we have to think about how that sort of impacts. We haven't really thought about, at this point, concepts about different ways of thinking about 2nd and 4th, but I think we could certainly entertain, as we're brainstorming the next round of our set of schemes, kind of what that might look like. I think but that being said, the foundation of our thinking relative to downtown is the DCP, since that's obviously the guiding policy document, and a considerable amount of effort's been put into that document. So we're not going to be going beyond the concepts outlined in the DCP with this particular effort, which is really implementing one of the many to-do items in the DCP appendix in terms of the implementation chapter.
Okay, well, I mean, it makes sense to me. The ink is still drying on the DCP. It makes sense to me that you would be looking at that as the current thinking. But from the advice that we're getting and the outside ideas, I think that we run the risk of really planning for tomorrow's world, yesterday's world, rather than tomorrow's. What might work best for the downtown going forward. So I'll just raise that caution, and I will thank you for hearing it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I do want to ask the Commission's forbearance to perhaps we have the executive director of downtown Santa Monica here, and I know that that board had a fairly robust discussion about the plan. I think it could be helpful for us to hear whether from Ms. Rawson, if she's willing, whether any key issues that we ought to take into consideration. I would actually ask 2 questions really of the team, but also of her, if she, in the context of the comments. We're going to be asked to advise the council on 3 major projects that are directly in the vicinity of 3rd Street Promenade, and whose plans and layout certainly could impact the attractiveness of the promenade. And I'm wondering, the extent to which those are being factored in. For example, the relative dearth of businesses in the 1200 block. The appeal of the corner of Wilshire and 3rd is certainly going to be influenced by the appeal of the corner of Wilshire and 2nd, right? The second piece goes to the question of Arizona, which is circulation. And far be it from me to, try to make something easy for a car, but even though I drive one frequently. But if you are coming north from the freeway, up 5th, looking to get onto 4th or get into any of those parking structures, Arizona is your first opportunity to make a left onto 4th, from Arizona westbound onto 4th. Otherwise, you have to go all the way up to Wilshire. So if we're going to have the conversation about closing Arizona, which I support, then we need to have a conversation about circulation that recognizes the left turn limitations that are currently in place that may need to be revisited. But all of that is a really ungraceful segue to seeing if we might allow Ms. Rawson to give us a quick update on
So could I have a motion to reopen public testimony?
So moved.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Kathleen, would you like to enlighten us?
And let me just chime in as Kathleen's walking up. So to your point about 4th and 5th in Arizona, so it is the EIR for 4th and 5th in Arizona where we're looking at the closure of Arizona.
Right.
So it's in that document, and so we are definitely considering that project in relation to other things happening in the downtown.
Okay, but there's that project, and there are 2 other projects
Sure.
which are going to impact.
Sure.
Yeah, the promenade. So, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be partnering on this project with this amazing team that we've only just met, and now this is the third presentation that I've seen from them, and every time it evolves a little bit. So the one that you saw, Sean, was the first one, and I think since then I continue to learn and hear from the different audiences about the concerns. And it's, we started this presentation tonight with this graphic that showed you the 3 different lanes, because if we start talking about the 3rd Street Promenade, all of a sudden it's the programming, it's the infrastructure, it's the leasing, and we sort of, it becomes this really big mountain of a problem that feels too big. And so I want to assure you that our team with the city is working on those 3 distinct lanes, understanding that they really do all need to be addressed. In terms of the public infrastructure, the key thing is understanding that an experiment like the 1200 block, the simple Adirondacks chairs and the top chairs and those sorts of things, have made a real difference on that block, which indicates to us that the sort of staid, very linear, bolted down seating, gray light fixtures, dim lumens, all of those things are very important to look at. So while some of the property owners that we've been talking to and the groups we've been talking to agree that we don't want to do this massive, dig the whole thing up and start over, but there are key elements of the infrastructure that must be addressed because the space isn't very green. It's not very inviting. It doesn't have a lot of invitations. I'm learning all your words I'm trying to use. It doesn't have a lot of invitations to interact. So that's one piece that we do need to address. In terms of the leases and the vacancy rate, retail's changing. And everybody we have a whole bunch of different owners that are in different places, both mentally and physically, as they approach this issue. So the understanding of how we can maybe take our very deep, 150 feet deep spaces, lop off the back third somehow, allow people to use the rear facade that can activate an alley use like a comedy club, which we currently have an example of, or maybe a speakeasy, or maybe it's neighborhood serving. Maybe that's where the shoe repair guy goes because it's a less expensive opportunity. So we're looking at ways, trying to look at ways that we can incentivize those things. But one of the key things that has come out of these discussions, and I want to tell you that the city manager and I have met with face-to-face, and we're very grateful for his effort on this, with more than 90% of the square footage ownership on the promenade, one-on-one. Those conversations have been crucial, not only to just gain the information, but sort of gain the support of this idea of a new public-private partnership. Since those discussions have happened, the promenade ownership is talking to each other. And that's so important. They haven't really done that to any degree. And what that means, if a tenant won't fit in this building, but they've just had a conversation with the guy down the street and they know what that person is looking for, they're more likely to refer that use to another owner. Those community conversations are really important. So I think that really highlights, I just really want to emphasize those 3 different lanes. And that they're all active. We're pursuing all of them as we move through this process. I think that really sums it up.
Can I ask if there's anything that happened at the board, at the second meeting, that we ought to hear more about in terms of what bubbled up from the board's response to their presentation?
Yeah, I don't think it was much different than your conversation, the concern about the events, the concern about the different types of leasing, this concept of how do we gauge the stickiness of people's experience in the public space and then in the private space, because a lot of the retailers now are really doing what they can, just like Apple did. They, you know, their new concept is a town center, so you go in there and hang out. One could call that experiential retail, right? And that's the shift. So it's another term that's evolved in this process, where people want to have more than, they don't want to just shop. Those days are over. But they do want to see different opportunities on the street and in the retail stores themselves that create a unique experience and really a holistic experience. And the bottom line is the 3rd Street Promenade is a very magical place. We're still magical. And what's important about it is that we create an opportunity for people to meet face to face. And that's a very big responsibility. And I'm really excited about what this new phase can look like.
I have a question, Kathleen.
Sure.
Have you or your board or your staff come up with ideas for changes in the zoning code that may facilitate what you're trying to do?
So I'm the first to admit that's way beyond my expertise, but we have asked both property owners and working with David and his team. This is something that we absolutely must address. I don't know what those things are. I don't think the list is long. We have this permitting and building and safety process that needs to be shortened, especially for mom and pop retailers who don't have deep pockets. So that piece is being addressed by David and his team. And then these ordinance changes will come to you, and I think they will come to you soon.
I mean, I think the idea of neighborhood serving businesses operating out of alleys is a fantastic idea. Just fantastic.
It came out of one of the conversations that I had with a property owner who said, Brentwood Country Mart really got it right. And I said, huh? And what he meant was that there was a number of neighborhood serving uses in there that had that the community uses on a regular basis. I thought
that's a fantastic idea, and I would imagine that some zoning ordinance changes would be in line if that were to go forward. But it's a wonderful idea.
It can activate it during the day and then have other uses in the evening.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jason.
Ms. Rawson. Sorry. First of all, thank you for staying late as we insert later projects before your item. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
When you hear the results that there's tends to be a peak at mid-afternoon, does that fit with your observations, or does that fit with the narrative that you have about the ebb and flow of activity on the promenade?
I would say yes, and I've been there just a ridiculously long amount of time in my job, and so it hasn't always been like that. But I would say yes, that's accurate, and it's kind of like going to Target at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekend day. That's the time you avoid, which is this typical shopping mall peak time, and that's what we've sort of gone in that direction. The change in the we really need the nightlife. We really need music. We really need dancing. We just do. It's dancing, yeah. Because unfortunately, I think the promenade's got a little boring, and so we're seeing that in people's usage patterns.
And I saw I think it was salsa dancing as one of the comments that.
And that's a regular activity on the 1200 block. They've been coming for more than a decade, and it's on a Sunday evening, and it's just a group of people who salsa dance, and they've been doing it on the promenade for a long time.
Yeah.
Outside on the street, it's fantastic.
So that's my takeaway: is more salsa dancing. All right, thank you.
Excellent, with a glass of wine. I heard that too.
Yeah. Leslie.
I have a question of staff, actually.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen. One of the points the consultants raised was sort of the interesting quality or lack thereof of the facades along the promenade. And I can't remember, we never did really design, we did some design guidelines with the DCP, didn't we, or not? I know Nina was going to work on the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. I'm not really sure where, if anywhere, that went. That would have included design guidelines.
We do not have updated design guidelines for the promenade. There were traditionally there has been a Third Street Mall design guidelines or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called. But we have had guidelines over the years, but they haven't been updated since the DCP was adopted.
Because one of the points they raised, is a very good one, is that when you have opaque windows, it's not very interesting for people walking by.
Right, but there are standards that address pedestrian orientation design that apply to the promenade just like any other street.
Okay.
So a large expanse of a blank wall or windows you can't see through is not permitted.
And then sort of the crazy, I don't want it, is it Skechers that has the red and white facade?
That's
that you get vertigo
beans.
When you look at it?
Chili beans, yeah.
Jelly beans. Do facade treatments come to the ARB?
Yes.
And so that one did? And then it's interesting, the Apple Store, I mean, if you talk about authenticity, what they did to that building was about the opposite of authenticity, even though it's popular. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on that because it was sort of interesting because we had at the meeting the conversation about those pieces, and then walked outside and walked up half a block, and there's actually a pending application in the mid 1300 block where they're taking off facade and restoring the original, what looks like the original brick. But, and I had an exchange with Nina about this because I texted her, says, "Is this what we were talking about?" I don't know, forgive me for not knowing the architectural term, but there's a sort of a decorative piece that is at the top of, that's going to be lost because so they're going down to the brick, but they're also taking out some of the original decoration. Now, I don't know if ARB is going to catch that, but I think if I'm understanding what Nina was suggesting at the meeting is, and this goes to your point about design guidelines, is that to the extent that we can encourage the restoration of those original facades and the original decorative ornamentation above the windows and above the doorways, that's a plus in terms of recapturing the original feel of the promenade. Although for me, the original feel of the promenade are those like orange brick performance boxes that I would crawl on as a 6-year-old. Yeah, they were awful in every way unless you were 6. But anyway, if we can encourage more of that, then I think we recapture a little bit of the historical sense, and it frankly becomes more appealing for everybody. Right. But there are facades that are less protected. Some facades are more equal than others.
Let's
So,
keep going.
question to Alan. Heard the range of material here. What are your hard deadlines in producing recommendations, ideas, getting something done?
Well, as I said, our kind of outside goal is by the end of the calendar year to have a.
But we've been on this 9 months
final
now,
plans.
and so are you seeing a bunch of things happening in May? Your pop-ups, pilots, coming back to us with ideas. I mean, flesh out what you think will happen.
Yeah, sure. That's a very good question, and that's how I wanted to kind of conclude your discussion, to give you a sense of kind of next steps. I think the next time we'll be in front of the Planning Commission would be a presentation of the 3 concepts, with also either we'd be at a midpoint in a kind of public rollout of that, or come here and say, now we're going to roll out this public process to sort of gain input. What we anticipate doing is that there'll be some sort of an event on the promenade itself that will facilitate that rollout. And, the sort of most simplistic way, which is not the direction we're going to go, it could be to pin up the drawings in one of the vacant pavilions and spend the weekend there inviting people to come and do the dot exercise to vote on what they like, what they don't like.
So is that 3 months away or 6 months away, given where you, collective wisdom...
I'm hoping our ambition would be that would be within the 3 months time frame. I will say that Kathleen and her staff are budgeting for these pop-ups both before the end of their fiscal year, but then going into next fiscal year. So through the summer, we'll definitely have the funds to be able to do some of these pop-up activities.
So back here in May, and then 6 or 7 months of progressively doing things, talking about it.
Right. I think the way it's shaping out right now is that I don't know that we would sort of button everything down and say we have a final plan in June, which was our original intention. But I think we'd probably have a draft plan that then could be beta tested through various pop-ups and kind of activities and interventions, similar to what we've seen on the 1200 block. that could happen over the summer as a way of sort of gaining input and outreach relative to what the final plan might be.
Stay right there. So, Mr. Martin, is that along the same lines as your timing for rethinking the process around the city?
Around the city?
Well, I mean,
you mean around the zoning issues?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
So will that come as a package, or how do you intend to do that?
Yeah, we haven't mapped it out exactly, but yeah, I think what we'd do is we'd come up with some ideas, things we'd want to try to tackle, and then bring that to the commission, and then get feedback, and eventually go to council.
The reason I ask is that if you bring something and then Mr. Martin's group brings something, we can see what the totality of the impact will be if you change some liquor licensing, some dancing, some availability of permitting, some changing to the building, some structure on the promenade itself, some event, whatever. We get a clearer idea of where it may lead. And I think that would be quite useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So perhaps that could factor into your thinking as it goes forward for when you're coming back.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be coming back as just like one narrow piece, but you'd be able to, in a position where you could understand the totality of how it all interrelates. You know, whether you sort of act on all that or provide advice on that whole package in a single night, or if it's spread out over a couple different meetings.
Yeah, I'm just saying
something
that this part over here will be as important as what you bring, because that will incentivize people, and it goes to who's going to consume this going forward.
Right.
Thank you.
If I could just jump in, as
Please.
Commissioner Perry points out in response to Commissioner Lambert's question, there is a design guidelines chapter in the DCP. Yeah, so it is, there's quite a lot there that, yeah.
It's guidelines, though. Okay. I have a number of questions here. First of all, this is an excellent report. There's so much information here, all of it begging to be drilled down into and extract the real nuggets. And you've looked at a lot of quote-unquote malls, promenades, whatever you want to call them. Is there anything that really surprised you?
Yeah, I'm on the spot a little bit, but I think that what surprised me was it surprised me and didn't surprise me, this phenomenon of the busiest places were actually not where people were spending time in the public realm.
The busiest place, I mean, the more people running up and down.
More people moving did not. A lot of places really have I think that you're so fortunate to have so many people want to come to this place. So it's what a lot of places would really love. It's not translating into people spending time in that part of the public realm. Now, there's some things we don't know. I mean, they maybe are not spending time because they're in the shops shopping, and they may be choosing to go to some other places. But I think our hunch in the design team is that there's some eddies or some places for people to kind of get refuge from all those people would be a good part of the ecology. Yeah. And so that was kind of interesting. And I think there's another hunch I have too, that it actually relates to the facade loudness. There's something about these big open facades that kind of scream the wares of the store that are actually a little bit not attractive for people to spend time right outside. They're attractive for people to come in and like buy, sort of look and buy things, but they don't, I would say, maybe contribute some of the scale and interest of the historic facades. So for me, it's a little less about the historic fidelity of the facade. It's actually about the scale and the way that the building sort of yells. But we did see that it seemed that there were fewer people outside those places.
So you've put a lot of emphasis on stickiness, on people doing things that are more static as opposed to just whizzing by. And yet there are times when you have the feeling there's not even enough space to move. And as we introduce more sticky things, are we going to cross a point, maybe in one block or another block, where we've really gummed up the works, where people, and maybe it's only going to be gummed up at those peak hours. But if we're going to spread out the hours, if we're trying to level the participation, then we're going to gum up the works for larger and larger times. Any feeling for that?
I mean, it seems that there's more than enough to go around to other parts of the promenade too, right? There are places that are quite intense and maybe gummed up, but then there are places that are less intense that maybe could use more activity. So I think, I think what will be useful is a sort of a visioning to say, well, what kind of public life do you want, and where do you want it? And I think, again, to the question of the alleyways and the cross streets, there's this real opportunity to kind of spread the wealth. So not a big concern with me about gumming up the works. I think just use more of the space you have.
Okay, so if we were to step into a time machine and go back 30 years, the discussion with the Roma group that's standing where you're standing today was something like this. The mall, the promenade is in trouble. We have to do something. Let's bring the car back. And that was very controversial, and people really didn't know if they were listening to, the devil or God talking. And so the genius of the Roma plan was that it was reversible. In other words, they put in the curbs, they put in the bollards, and they could raise them and close them whenever they needed or as they felt that they needed to bring the evil beast and four wheels back. Turned out they were so successful, they never went there. But they did have reversibility. And I'm asking you, are we at the same point where there is possibly a paradigm shift where we're going to have to completely re-envision the mall for a different way of moving, a different way of using, so that we have to build in reversibility? And what would that look like? First of all, are we there? Are we at a paradigm shift or on the edge of one where we don't really know what the future is going to bring, and that, for instance, in retail? And second of all, is reversibility important to you?
It's a great question. I want to give my colleagues a chance to answer too, but I think in our perspective, the things that don't change about people are our physical bodies and how much interest we need to have every 4 seconds as we walk through a city. So there's something kind of fundamental about getting to what humans need to feel comfortable in a space, and as was mentioned, there is some timeless goals that as a community you probably want to foster, like allowing older folks and younger folks to inhabit the same space together and have their needs met. So I think I would just say, and this is maybe dodging the question a little bit, but I would say anything that physically we do that starts to foreclose on those human fundamentals about intergenerational mixing, ability to sit in the shade to cool off or be in the sun to warm up, these kind of basic things should probably be reversible. And the car was a big, it really required a lot to be something that could be brought back into that space. So yeah, come on up, help me out, Nate.
I want to point out that as charming as what we have out there is, the reversibility came at a cost. And so the fact that you can...
What would you say that cost was? I'm curious. I think I know what it is, but what is it?
It's a very slotty configurations. There are many thin parallel things happening, and it reinforces that sense of flow, river. We've been, there's whatever metaphor you want to use for it. You have not those social eddies. You don't have the configurations that allow larger groups to gather. Whenever it does happen, it seems like it gums things up. And if you were to go back in time and not have put those curbs in, what you would have is a great deal more flexibility. You have quite a wide building face to building face cross section, but because of the way it's chopped up, it is very limiting. And so whether the new technology is smarter than us and it won't need curbs anyway, we could explore all those things, but I think just you have to acknowledge that there are trade-offs to each of those physical configurations, and one thing we would want to explore in a scenario would be what would be the benefit, whether it's a full retrofit or simply lifting and solving the drainage problem of just changing that portion. I think that's something that you'd want to
So let me keep going with the paradigm shift. The biggest one, obviously, is climate change. If we come back in 30 years, the mall promenade will be probably slightly warmer or bigger fluctuations. How do you intend to design for that? We're talking infrastructure now, which is, your
Right. I mean, we could zoom out, and the last conversation you had about housing and transportation and all those things are really the bigger drivers that we could address that with. But one of the goals with greening up the promenade, if you choose to add some of those layers to it, is to give you greater resilience. The KPFF team and us, we've looked at some of the opportunities to demonstrate sustainable stormwater interventions. We know we can't infiltrate here because of the bluff, but there's certainly opportunities to do more with it on the surface, treat it before it goes to your larger collection system. So there's a lot of sustainable layers to the design that can be woven into any of these improvements.
Yeah, but I'm actually looking more for the comfort level of the millions of people that are pouring through our mall, which are now 3 degrees hotter or 4 degrees cooler, or twice as much rain, or no rain at all. Those are the variables in open space.
Extreme heat is the silent killer. I mean, they had in Australia, they called it Black Saturday when over 100 people died. It's we all hear about the tornadoes and the hurricanes and all these things that are happening, but it's actually extreme heat that attacks our most vulnerable populations. So it's absolutely a design consideration. Shade, the thermal comfort of visitors to this public space would be of the utmost importance. Again, it's an opportunity to emphasize that you can have greater impact with more improvement. There's, if you leave things as they are, you wouldn't be able to, for example, plant a tree in a different location. It's set with where each piece of infrastructure and curbs and so forth are.
Last question. You took your cut, which was very useful, 10 days before Christmas, basically. And my question really is, and you do have a graph where you show the other days of the week, and it seemed to suggest that that's a credible place to take the cut because the graph doesn't change much, it just gets bigger or smaller. But what might change is the mix, where you might have fewer local shoppers doing their Christmas shopping or not. Maybe you would have more tourists. I don't know.
Yeah.
But my question is we're basing our decisions and a direction on a very particular moment in time. And how stable do you think that is if we take another sample?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it is always, I think, a challenge to take one snapshot in time and try and generalize out from that. We did cross-reference that data with sensor data that is taking measurements of flows at other times, and we had a longer data set for. So we did do a little bit of validation there to feel comfortable that the patterns we were seeing were true, at least in terms of flows. The thing about age, gender, and what you gather from the intercept surveys is that has to be gathered on that day in that intense way. So to your question about the mix, that we need to do more surveying to gather more valid information about what's happening the rest of the year. But I guess I'd use that question to make a point, which is that these ideas about experiments are absolutely great, and we really think we've seen a lot of other cities where that has been the way that they got to a final design. Times Square is a great example. It took 5 years of experimenting with lawn chairs before they were ready to really spend the millions and millions to pave it in granite. But the important thing is that you're measuring all the time. And these goals about like how many children and families do we want to see? What is the gender balance we want to see? The locals, which neighborhoods are they coming from when they're here? You can get as granular with that information as you want. And I think in addition to testing propositions, continuing to measure as you go will ensure the success of those ideas as they become more permanent. And they will also at the same time address your question of how valid do we think this data is?
Well, I'm not saying we should just gather data. I'm just saying if we're going to make actions based on data, we got to know it's pretty solid, but maybe it's solid enough. Maybe even if you double the sample size, take 5 cuts a year, it's not going to change.
Well, sure.
So to your point, that's one of the reasons we want to do this sort of experiments over the summer, so that we could do these kind of surveys again while there's some of the experiments and kind of beta testing out there. I think it's really critical that we do the surveys multiple times. So there's a couple of things going on relative to wanting to survey. One is that we know that the kind of dynamic of Santa Monica is different in the summer than it is in the shopping season, so we just need to understand that better than we do today. So we do think we need to do that extra survey. Hopefully we'll be in a place where we also have all these beta tests. We can ask people, what do you think? You know, how are you responding to that? Which would be very helpful information. So there are kind of two components to that. One is that we want to develop this methodology that we applied to 3rd Street in December to be able to apply to 3rd Street again and again and again, and maybe to other public spaces throughout the city, whether that's the pier or some of the public parks or Tonga Park. So we can get a methodology that's very consistent, measure across the public life across the entire city, and then we can compare different parks from one part of the city to the promenade, and you know, it'll just give us a much better understanding of what's going on. And I know that with the parks master plan that's underway, there's been conversations about getting a better understanding of who's using public parks than they have today. So they're interested in this methodology. So to that end, one of the things we did after we completed the survey in December is we did a bit of a post-mortem with the people who did the survey to say, how did this survey work for you? If you're going to redesign the survey form so you could fill it out quicker or just you could understand it easier, what would you suggest? So we kind of are gearing up to be able to do another survey again this summer.
Okay, great.
And then the other piece is that relative to wanting to do the experiments, back to Blaine's point about how it was a number of years of experimenting before Times Square actually invested in millions of dollars into granite. 3rd Street is very much in that environment. And heard from Jerry and other people very strongly held opinions about what's sacred in the space and what needs to be changed. And so we're probably not in a place where we can afford to throw away millions and millions of dollars on a streetscape project that we're not completely confident is the right solution. And so I think this iterative process is very important to getting to the right solution.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, doing something that addresses needs on the promenade today. And we've heard, you know, Kathleen is always telling me, we can't wait for a traditional CIP project where we design this and go through 6 years of public outreach and then 5 years of construction and then we're done. Like, we need to do something that demonstrates a commitment to the promenade. Like
Well,
this summer.
that raises a point, which is one of the lessons from the last go-around was that the construction work was extensive. A lot of businesses suffered, and a lot of small businesses were flushed down the toilet because they couldn't survive long enough for the beautiful things to happen. And so therefore we lost authenticity because we only the larger animals survived, basically, the ones that had deeper pockets.
The Brontosaurus.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So Sean, please.
So I'll keep this comment fast, but in the exchange that preceded it, something clicked for me, which is that, and perhaps it could be made more explicit, if, and particularly if the Arizona pedestrianization goes through, it may be that we need to rethink this model as of a public square, right? This is not, not the promenade as promenade, which also implies flow and motion. And I would specifically look to, again, recognizing that you've been drawing from examples from around the world, I would actually send you to Central Europe, specifically the Czech and Slovak republics, where there are a number of public squares that have their origins in Main Street, the Market Street. And over the last, interestingly enough, since 1989, right, what they have gradually done is convert those thoroughfares into pedestrian-only, very wide streets that become functionally public squares. And they've eliminated curbs, but they have not eliminated delineation. So you have streets where you go, you have a sidewalk, you have a bike lane, you have cobblestones, you have asphalt, all at the same exact grade, but in different colors and different materials, so that if you want to use it for a public square, big event, no limitations, you can. But if you do need to run something down it, you have the ability to do that, and people understand by feel and by road quality where they should and shouldn't walk. So what happens, for example, in a number of towns is you have the old roadway marked out in asphalt, And from, say, 5 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., people who have leases in the storefronts are allowed to do deliveries, and they're expected to use that roadway to do it. The police can also run they'll run a golf cart, or they'll run a car along that occasionally as a way of just sort of checking things out. But the rest of the day, it's completely pedestrianized. Or if you have a bike, and I know they don't want to put a bike lane down talk about taking advantage of mobility, but you have a bike path marked. People who are walking instinctively know to just sort of stay off that bike path. But it's not, the grade is identical, so that if you have a big concert, you can throw up a stage and boom, you can use the entire space from storefront to storefront without any, if anybody's been to the tree lighting or the menorah lighting on 3rd Street Promenade, what you get are these crowds, and then people start to back up, and then you trip over the curb. Or and that's not so great. Anyway, my point is, take a look, if you can, at that Central European street to square model. What our chair just referenced in terms of loss of small businesses also occurred there. So, right, there's definitely kind of risks to avoid. But I think in terms of the design model, something that I would suggest, having listened to the conversation evolve, is looking at that as sort of a way to model it. This is everything from Wenceslas Square in Prague down to your small village that did this. But so you have a lot of options.
Okay. Are there any more comments? Okay. Did you get what you came for?
And then some. So thank you very much.
All right.
As I said, I think the next time you'll see us in front of the full commission, we'll probably be doing a presentation on the 3 schemes and how the kind of public interaction on those 3 schemes will roll out.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Maybe it'd be a month, 2 months.
Okay.
It
So I have a motion to continue after 11 o'clock. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Leslie. So now we have the most patient of the city staff that have put up with our endless blabbing up here. So now we're on to item 9B.
You guys are not going to leave now that Vision Zero's on, are you? Look at them.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing the item this evening. My name is Jason Klieger, and I'm a principal transportation planner in the mobility division. And it's been about a year since I was last here talking to you about Vision Zero, the city's commitment to eliminating all fatal and severe injury crashes from our roads by 2026. Today, I'd like to provide a brief update on the progress we have made on the implementation of the action plan, and introduce you to our campaign so you recognize it as you see it out on the street, understand its purpose, and as leaders in our community, be able to explain it to friends and neighbors. Santa Monica's commitment to creating safe streets is nothing new. We have been redesigning and rebuilding our roads to safely accommodate all users for decades, and our police department has been dedicated to enforcing the rules of the road and catching violators. However, in spite of these efforts and investment, we are still experiencing fatal and severe injury crashes on our streets. So with the council's commitment to Vision Zero, we knew that we couldn't continue with business as usual. To realize this goal, we are using a data-driven approach for enforcement and engineering. This priority network map identifies intersections and corridors where we will focus our efforts. It was created by analyzing 11 years of crash data, and we found that 50% of our fatal and severe injury crashes occur on just 10% of our roads. We're using the map to guide our implementation of the action plan and the development of projects for grant applications in the city's CIP process. We also now have regular interdepartmental meetings of staff from police, public works, planning, city attorney's office, and the Office of Communications to review collision reports, identify trends, and adjust our work accordingly. And the police department has been prioritizing locations on the priority network for enforcement. What you see here is just one example of a data-driven intervention that we recently made. We reviewed collision reports at the intersection of Pico and Lincoln Boulevards and found that the 9 driveways immediately at that intersection, coupled with the high speeds and volumes on those 2 busy thoroughfares, created too many conflict points. And so as a result, we installed flexible bollard posts down the middle of Pico to create a more predictable traffic flow. We've also implemented 50 leading pedestrian intervals, installed new speed feedback signs to alert motorists to slow down, implemented 15-mile-per-hour school zones at 4 campuses, with the remaining 6 to happen soon. We're also looking at our existing bikeways to see where we can install additional bollards to provide protection, and some of those will be implemented later this year. And we're proposing to reallocate staff to create a position dedicated to rapid deployment projects such as this one for the next budget cycle. And we just kicked off our year-long Wilshire Safety Study with community meetings to be announced in late spring and fall. The study will identify short and long-term interventions based on a deep dive of crash data along this important corridor. So to unite all these efforts, we engaged a consultant to help us come up with a brand and an outreach campaign. To develop this, over the past year, we've had conversations and focus groups with advocates, residents, Santa Monica College students, and city staff, including traffic enforcement and crossing guards, to understand what the issues are and how best to connect with the Santa Monica community. And through these discussions, we heard that the campaign needs to tap into our unique city vibe and pride. It needs to grab people's attention at key moments while they're out traveling on our streets and sidewalks, and be friendly and optimistic while also expressing the urgency of the issue. And so as a result, we've landed on a campaign slogan, "Take the Friendly Road for a Safe Santa Monica." And with this campaign, we want residents and visitors to be aware of the commitment that the city has made to their safety, to understand that we all play a role in protecting ourselves and those around us. And it is our hope that through this effort, we will shift people's belief that traffic-related deaths and severe injuries are inevitable. We want to engender grassroots support for roadway safety measures, especially when there are trade-offs between automobile speeds or throughput, and to avoid the backlash that Los Angeles experienced in some of their first Vision Zero deployments, and ultimately reduce to zero. As we were developing our campaign over the last year, we had an urgent need to educate the public about e-scooter safety use. Luckily, we were far along enough in the design of the campaign that we were able to use the look and feel for that effort. And it was deployed on buses and trains and other avenues in the community. And it also featured Spanish language messaging, as you see here. We also had a presence at Coast with a t-shirt and tote bag screen printing booth. You all should have received a tote bag from that event this evening, as well as campaign collateral. Awesome, I see that, Sean. Okay, I can see what I can do. We've also printed the logo on the back of the parking hang tags that are issued. There's tens of thousands are issued by the parking office every year, and so these are meant to reinforce the campaign messaging that people will be seeing on the streets. We've recently started distributing lawn signs through a partnership with our Safe Routes to School program, and I have the designs here with me tonight. I am partial to this one as a cat owner. Thank you. Got some others. There we go. We have a dog one as well. The signs are available through local elementary schools, and we can, I guess no one really from, if Jerry wants one tonight, let me know and I can get you one after this meeting. So here are some additional messages using the appealing campaign graphics to catch people's attention and then deliver a staggering statistic as a call to action. And here are a few more examples. We're planning to deploy messages in creative locations around the city, including on trash cans, construction fencing, and using the overhead blue changeable message signs. And we are working with the police department to develop materials that they can use as they're doing enforcement so that their stops can be teachable moments with the community as well. We're planning to stencil campaign messages at crosswalks around the community, and we're also implementing 2 curb extensions in the downtown, which will incorporate the campaign graphics as well. We're going to be at events throughout the year, including National Night Out, Bike to Work Day, the Main Street Summer Solstice. And for more information, I encourage people to visit our website, which is santamonica.gov/friendly road. It will soon feature a map-based comment tool that the public can use to notify us about problem locations, and there's also a place for people to sign up for our email newsletter. And with that, thank you for your time, and thank you for taking the Friendly Road.
Okay, we have one comment from the public. Surprise, surprise, it's Jerry Rubin.
I know you're all tired, and so am I. But I'll tell you, this is really important, and I have to say I admire not only the dedication, but the creativity of what they're doing. Because as many of you know, I never had a car in my life and get around the city on the blue bus and other ways. But a couple of years ago, I was hit when I was walking legally and what should have been safely in a crosswalk. But in all my travels, I've come to understand that a real educational outreach campaign is necessary for drivers, bikers, scooterers, if that's the right pronunciation, and walkers. I remember they used to have that bumper sticker, hang up and drive, meaning get off your cell phone. You might need one that says hang up and walk. It's true. I've seen people inadvertently walking with baby carriages while they're texting. You got to understand, pedestrians have to understand there's a danger. I've learned to be double extra careful, even if I'm in the right in a crosswalk. People need to understand that. Automobile people need to understand that bikers have the same rights that they do. Bikers need to understand to be careful. And it's not justified to say that if I'm a little scared to go on the roads that I could scoot down the sidewalks and almost hit people. That's not kosher, uncool. Can't always enforce everything. Certainly, seems to me that scootering and biking's been getting much better, probably because of a lot of educational outreach campaign and that there's mostly good, responsible people doing good stuff. But I'll tell you, it's a shared responsibility, and I'm so glad to see this because it is so very, very important. And I'd urge people to try to get out of their cars a little bit more and do all that, but be extra, extra careful, whether you're walking, driving, or biking, or whatever. Extra careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 speakers. Richard, I guess these are questions, I presume, for staff.
Yeah, questions. So Jason, how many signs have you got?
Lawn signs? We ordered 2,000.
And how many have you got out there at the moment?
The press release about them went out today, so I don't know exactly how many are out, but I have begun to see them popping up in the community.
So I do think that's a very cool idea. And when elections are on here, the lawn sign is the one thing that every consultant says don't do. And it's the one thing that is a guaranteed requirement in Santa Monica you must do. It seems a primary communication up in Sunset Park where Sean lives. If you don't have that lawn sign, you don't exist. And it becomes quite political, doesn't it? Commissioner Landis, what lawn sign you have. So I do think that's a really, really important part. I'm not sure your consultants will have tapped quite into the psyche of Santa Monica, but seeing those signs out there is just so much more important in terms of communication than almost any other thing you can do. What are the trends that we're seeing on the roads in terms of crashes? I mean, there more car on bike? Is it car on pedestrian? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? We were at the top of small cities for, what, 7 or 8 years ago, like-sized cities. We were right at the top, probably because of the volume of traffic. Is that still the case?
I don't know how we compare to other cities in the past few years, but I can tell you a few statistics. We averaged a combined total of 26 fatal and severe injuries per year between 2006 and 16. Generally, the fatals were a very small amount of that, averaging about 4 to 5 a year. In 2017, we had a spike with 9 fatalities, and so that was pretty concerning to us. But then last year, we had 0 fatalities. And I don't want to take,
First year on the job, but...
Yeah, sure. I don't want to take any credit for that. At the same time, part of this is the severe crashes as well, and severe crashes are generally trending at about 23 to 5 a year, and that remained unchanged between the 2 years, and so I wouldn't say that our job is by any means done. In terms of other statistics, when we looked at that deep dive of the 2006 to 16 11-year period, we saw that older Santa Monicans, 55 and up, were disproportionately the ones who were victims. So they represent 27% of the population, but were 47% of the pedestrians that were killed or severely injured. People walking and biking in Santa Monica only account for 18% of the traffic collisions, but they represent 70% of the fatalities and 59% of the severe injuries. So that is concerning to us. Additionally, in terms of the primary collision factors that we're seeing, the top 3 are failure to yield, unsafe speed, and driving under the influence. And of those 3, people are very aware that driving under the influence is bad. The police department is often doing DUI checkpoints, but there's a growing body of research that says that speeding is just as dangerous, and I would say that that's why a lot of our campaign messages are just very simply slow down, because when you are going slower, you do have more time to react. And so I think that failure to yield, while it's in the top 3, I think it really is related to speed, because if you're not going fast, then you have that time to see the person and then react and slow down.
And do we have distracted driving numbers?
I don't have those with me, and I'd say the distracted driving numbers we have are not reliable, because nobody admits to being distracted.
But if, for example, you're riding a bike around, as we all do from time to time, and look into a car as people go past, you can see that almost half to 70% of people are using a cell phone in some fashion as they are moving along the road. So that brings me to an interesting question. You're on the carrot side of things, which is inducing people to change behaviour. The police are on the stick side. So periodically they run these sting operations, or where they have a focus, and they might spend one day on bikes. Almost every week they have one day on bikes. Does that seem to me to be disproportionate in focusing on bikes, given that it's the cars that are doing all the damage? Do you have any thoughts on that?
We are working with the police department to enforce the primary collision factors that we're seeing most commonly, and to focus on the locations where we are seeing the most of the priority network locations. So we're trying to use data to drive the enforcement and have the biggest impact.
And how successful has that been so far?
You're
not sure?
I'm not sure. I don't have.
Because it does, political comment or a comment from here, that there's only so much you can do in terms of the carrot, and you can persuade people. And I think blanketing the city with lawn signs is a great first step, because it encourages people to develop an ethos or an idea. This is meant to be a place where you consider others on the road, number one. And then you force people to drive a little slower and a little better. And was it 2 weeks ago we had Sunset Park?
Yes.
So we had Sunset Park. Well, clearly, if you were to implement bike lanes and a lot of things that were, useful for biking, you'd make the whole situation in Sunset Park safer, but you'd push cars out to where they should be, and people would be a lot happier walking and biking around where they live, and that's their primary concern. But for some time they've been concerned about bikes. That's not the primary thing, it's cars. But at some point you come down to the fact it's people doing the wrong thing in cars, whether they're distracted or driving too fast or not yielding, and that's what we have to tackle. So, I mean, how far away from making the city safe and easy to walk and ride around do you believe we are? I mean, the goal is 2026, right? But is that viable? Well, you came this evening, so you offered yourself.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we are doing what we can to realize that goal. We're pretty young into our Vision Zero goal. Other communities, such as New York and San Francisco, have had more time in this program, and they've had significant reductions in their fatal and severe crashes. And so I am optimistic that we can, realize the same thing here. Will it take 10 years, or maybe a little less, or maybe a little more? I'm not exactly sure, but we're committed to realizing this goal.
So I could probably ask you questions all day, but the key one is, what could we do to help you and the team get there quicker? The goal is safe and easy. So how do we do that for you?
I mean,
so
I
you
think
obviously
know.
Yeah. So I'm interested to hear this now.
Sure.
When you smiled, that was the giveaway.
I mean, I think infrastructure is the key. And so what we can do to put in the infrastructure and put in protected bike lanes, and at the same time, use that critical mass as a way to signal to drivers that this is a place where there are other people on the roads and that respect needs to be paid to all users. I think that really is how we're going to get there. So I know this body doesn't give us funding, but in any way that our efforts to obtain the funding to implement the projects that we have in our plans, that I think would be really helpful. I don't know if you have other things that you want to say.
Thank you.
Okay, Sean.
So thank you very much. And I will say that I'm trying to avoid asking questions for which the data has a clear answer, because I don't want to subject, what I'm seeing to personal, personal impressions, because I do commend the focus on the data, and I think that's where we need to be leading. In fact, there was an article about a city that has actually now put data-driven decision-making into an ordinance, so it's not just subject to the whims of any single office. So this is very important. But I do have a couple of questions and a couple of thoughts. One is, when I look at the messaging, it strikes me that there are really two different potential audiences here for the messaging. One is people who live here, right? These are our streets, these are our neighborhoods, these are our kids. And for us, there is messaging, and I'm going to come back to it, that we've talked about in other meetings, where you're trying to get us out of our cars in general. You're trying to move us, you're trying to mode shift us in general, because for the climate adaptation plan, we need to drive less, right? If we're going to fix Big Blue Bus in terms of residential service, we need to be mode shifting. So some of this messaging is, hey, I'm a Santa Monica and I'm going to change my driving behavior. But then we have all the other people who don't live here but who drive into town. And I'm framing it this way, because, and I want to be careful. I don't have the data, so you know better than I do. But from a purely anecdotal me-search experience, because I live between Pico and Ocean Park, I spend a lot of time when I'm driving back home, driving on Pico into Santa Monica. And what I see is, speed limit in Los Angeles is 40 miles an hour. Speed limit in Santa Monica and Pico is 35 miles an hour. Westbound into Santa Monica, I am frequently seeing a lot of racing by people who are zooming into the city and you kind of want to go, slow down, dude. You're going to get there just as quickly, or, you know, be safe. But what that highlights for me is commuter behavior is different from residential behavior. And I'm in your messaging, before we go somewhere else, I'm curious, are you making the distinction? Do you have data that shows who's causing the who's involved in the accidents, who's causing them, candidly, that would allow us to target even more, in an even more focused way, this campaign?
I don't have the exact number with me, but we did look to see who was involved, and we didn't distinguish between victim or
Fair enough.
The people who are causing it.
Yeah.
But residents were involved in the majority of the crashes that were happening.
Okay.
So they could be just the victim, and it's, you know, but
right.
So it isn't just an us versus them problem. It is, you know, you do have a point that I think people who live in this community probably are driving a little bit safer or taking a little more care because they recognize people as they're driving, or, you know, it's their neighbors. But we're not really making much of a distinction here. We do kind of have some distinction between modes. We have different messages for different modes, but not really a visitor or a resident.
Okay, because I see what I see again. This is data that's interesting to hear that data. The annoyance that I see on drivers' faces, and this goes to your failure to yield as one of the top three, right, causes of accidents. You know, a family or an individual standing, hitting that flashing light beg button, which I wish were automated. I'll just throw that out there. Francie knows I have video of automated beg buttons where you just walk through them and they automatically light up. The annoyance on the driver's faces, they're racing to get across the divided intersections before the person gets halfway through the street. It's just that sense of frustration that I would love to be able to address with more than signs. So that's just an observation. The second observation is there are a lot of plans. There's the Safe Streets Plan, Safety Vision Zero. There's Safe Streets for Kids, Safe Routes for Adults that you're expanding. There's the Bike Action Plan. There's the Climate Adaptation Plan. What can we do to help you integrate that messaging? Because I think some of us are seeing, we see it bubble up in one place and not another, but to the extent that there can be really integrated messaging, whether it's through this campaign or a slightly expanded campaign, how can we help get that single narrative so that it becomes, to Commissioner McKinnon's point, this is who we are as a community, and we're going to deal with the driving, we're going to deal with the moving people to mode shift, but it's all seen as one thing rather than, well, this over here and this over here and that over there.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to use this branding to be kind of an umbrella for a lot of the projects that we're doing. And so, for example, the Wilshire Safety Study is going to be kind of wrapped in this look and feel as a way to unite everything that we're doing. Again, I think, that kind of goes back to Richard's question of how to support us. And I think, you're right, we have great plans, and we just, in order to implement them, we need resources to make that happen. I know that's not really the purview of this body to allocate resources, but that. Okay.
And then what about going much bigger? It's actually on the agenda for the county next Tuesday. I think it's Supervisor Solis has a motion to take all their Class 2 bike paths and and to find out which ones are on streets that have parking, and convert them all to Class 4. What would it take to take all the Class 2 bike paths and convert them to Class 4 with parking as the buffer between the street traffic and the sidewalk? I mean, that's really big, exciting. I mean, can you imagine if that went through in the next, say, 3 to 5 years? This is for unincorporated areas of the county, obviously, but that would transform whole neighborhoods and create safe biking corridors and safe scooting corridors that previously didn't exist. How can we, again, and this goes to the integration question, how can we support efforts like that to think just big to really transform our streetscape so that we're accomplishing that. Because more that if we can separate the bikes from the cars, then yeah, at intersections it's an issue. You're doing 14th in Colorado. I saw those new bollards that went in. It's terrific, right? Because that's a huge area of conflict. But how can we support that, even more expansive thinking?
So on that particular point, we are looking at all of our existing bike lanes to see where we could add the additional bollards, like that 14th in Colorado example, to protect them. And we are doing that analysis now, and we should be seeing some of that implemented later this year. I think there are certainly going to be trade-offs to flip it. There's different dimensions required for bike lanes that are between a travel lane and a parking lane, or between a parked car and a curb lane. And so you can't always just flip them because you don't necessarily have the dimensions required. So the trade-off in a lot of those instances then would be the retention of the parking or not. And so in many cases, the parking is needed to support the businesses or the residences that are nearby. In other cases, maybe, for example, just pulling this out of the air, but Second Street has a network of off-street facilities along it, so maybe taking some of the on-street parking off of Second Street in the downtown wouldn't really have much of an impact to the businesses or the operation of the downtown, and it could then provide additional width for us to do really exciting things in terms of infrastructure. So I think helping us navigate those trade-offs and communicating with the community the importance of those trade-offs would, I think, help to enable these types of things to move forward.
Okay, and the last concrete suggestion or question is, are you publishing the it said half of all the accidents are in 10% of the streets and intersections. Can you publish those, and can you also maybe think about putting up signage, as you're entering one of those intersections, saying, heads up, you're now entering one of the most, the data says this is a really, I don't know what word you would want to use to avoid liability, but, you're driving through a really crazy intersection, but do that so that we're taught, if we know what the top 10 intersections are for crashes, we'll be more aware, and we'll tell our friends, and maybe we can create a culture where we're thinking, more carefully about them, and then there'll be another top 10 list, but it'll be reduced, over time.
The map is online, but liability concerns, I think, are preventing us from really putting it out there in a very splashy way. But it's there online, and you can tell everyone about it, and if they find it, they can see it.
Where do you look for it? What's its address? Can you tell the people that are watching at midnight here?
You would need to go to the council report from February 2018 and look at the attachments.
So it's buried a little bit deeper than we might want.
It's a little bit deeper. I think we can certainly put it on the Vision Zero website as a link. And
that would be a big.
That'd be really helpful. Is this the same map that you showed as part of your presentation?
Yes.
Can we bring it up?
Certainly.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I may, that's a really nice segue into my question, which is there any value in focusing the outreach for the lawn signs along these corridors where there's a greater incidence of crashes and injuries?
Absolutely. I mean, a key tenet of our campaign is to put the messaging in the key locations where the issues are occurring.
So how do you achieve that? What's the strategy for getting them not just out, but in the right place? The most effective place, I'll say.
Yeah, right now our strategy is to find willing participants to take them and post them. A lot of these streets are commercial streets that don't really have lawns or places for lawn signs. But to the extent that businesses would want to put them in their windows, I mean, we would certainly be open to that. And the lawn signs are available for anyone to take. So we can look into ways to target those locations.
While you have this sign up, if I may introduce a question. The blue lines are what? We can't read the legend.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. So the teal blue lines are the street segments, and the dots are the top 10 intersections. The yellow lines that you see are the City of Los Angeles High Injury Network, which is a corollary to our priority network. So that's shown for reference. And then the orange lines shown on PCH, they're basically part of our priority network. However, PCH is not operated by us, so we don't have the same level of control. However, that one intersection where the incline comes down to PCH blows all the other intersections in our city out of the water. So it is a concern of ours, but we don't have the same agency on that corridor.
And does that sorry, is that figured into our data, our death data, or not? Because it's theoretically not in our city, if you will.
No, so we have included those figures.
Those figures from PCH.
But we do not include Highway 10 in any of our data.
Got it. So I have to ask the obvious question, what the hell is going on Wilshire? Is that just a function of high traffic? But why is it so condensed? It seems pretty much there's something going on there.
Yeah. So those intersections, just for the record, are Wilshire at 16th, 18th, 21st, and 25th. And they're all unsignalized locations where you have the crosswalks and you have kind of like a double threat situation where if a vehicle stops in one lane for someone crossing, the car in the lane next to them sometimes can't see or is going too fast to realize that they're stopped for a reason, especially with bigger SUV type vehicles. I don't have all of the information about what's going on there, and that's part of the reason why we're doing this Wilshire safety study. We received a grant to do this year-long study to really look deep into what's going on there and then identify countermeasures.
Okay, I got a couple of other questions as usual. You've put in delays in 50 signals in Santa Monica. How many total signals do we have, roughly?
Yeah, 200.
So we're about a quarter of the. Are you going to do all of them at the end of the day? Is it something you can do at every intersection, or are there intersections where it doesn't make any sense?
Not every intersection has the technology available. We're working on upgrading all of our technology, and I think there might be some locations, I can't necessarily think of any off the top of my head, where it might not make sense, maybe if it's a T intersection or something like that, but it's certainly something that we will be evaluating going forward.
Now, it does seem in general, in dealing with these kinds of accidents or these kinds of events, there's a lot of statistical noise. The fact that we went from
9 to 0.
9 to 0, I have a hard time believing that we did everything right. I think that's just randomness. Tomorrow we're going to wake up and it's going to be up to 7 or down to 3. Whatever it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
But as these things sort of fluctuate up and down, there are some things that should start to become visible. So, for example, if you were to take the 50 delayed intersections, are we getting any results yet from those, or is it too early to tell? Do we see any a drop in number of accidents or ambulance calls, however you measure the danger of these things, apart from deaths?
Yeah, we don't have any data about those just yet, but anecdotally, we're getting positive feedback from people.
Mm-hmm.
There's one right out here at Maine and Olympic,
sure.
And I use it every day,
and your comb is fine enough to start to pick up these small variations from these interventions.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. So, for example, we've run the scooter experiment now for a year and change, however long it's been going on. Are the scooters having a net effect, positive or negative, and is your comb sensitive enough to identify it? Because the anecdotal feeling was that the scooters were going to cancel all the other good work because they're just so weird and out of control and unhelmeted, and 3 or 4 people are riding on one, and it's, you know, it just seems to be.
Yeah.
But that's anecdotes. I'm looking for real numbers. And is your COM fine enough to pick up scooter numbers?
We're working out issues with our COM on that front. I think the crash report form that the police department uses for, you know, it didn't have a checkbox for scooters, and so there was some classification that was happening differently depending on who the
numbers
officer
are getting
was.
Scrambled.
Right. I believe they've added that checkbox now, so going forward our data will be cleaner. And I can tell you that UCLA recently published a study looking at their hospital here in Santa Monica, as well as at the one at Westwood campus. And they saw a pretty big spike in head trauma related to scooters. So it's certainly a concern of ours.
Okay. And the same discussion having to do with the 50 mile an hour at the 4 schools. Have we seen a drop there? How soon do we get results, I guess, is what I'm saying. It makes sense. It's intuitively right. But all these things have to add up to...
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the desire to have data. I mean, generally we want to have things in place for a couple years so that we can do averages of pre and post and feel confident about eliminating that noise that you reference. So it hasn't been very long since that was implemented. I think it was implemented only within the last year. And so we would be looking to have a little bit more of an after period before we make any conclusions.
So, and this is really back to something Mr. Lenders was saying, that there are some activities that we do that are, let's call them analogous. For instance, in the sustainability, let's say, dimension, one of the questions is how soon can we all get to electric golf carts, basically? What is the penetration rate of the electric car? And we have an analogous process going on with car safety now. Even though the self-driving car might be, choose a distance 5 years, 10 years out, we're going to get to much safer cars before we get to the self-driving car. And if you take a typical very safe car, it would have automatic braking, you know, where you cannot rear end anybody because the car will slam on the brakes before you even realize that you've been on your phone too long. And likewise, the same thing with pedestrians. We also, not too far off, we will have smart cars that can read speed limits. They have a little radar and they're just trying to find that sign of speed limit. And when it finds it, when it hits that 50 miles an hour, it will slow down. And so I think it's great to go to asking the drivers to be friendlier, but eventually the real progress, I think, will be made with just smarter cars, because the cars are the problem with the drivers we have, so we either have to change the drivers or change the cars, right? One or the other. What is the penetration rate of the smart car? This is where this is going.
I do not know that.
How many Volvos do we sell but I'm saying that that's an activity where the city might benefit from encouraging, and, you know, I would even go so far as that eventually we're going to end up, the way the federales subsidize electric car, we might have to subsidize safer cars just because of the way we are. You know, we're just bad drivers, basically. And we've had a number of these situations where it seems that we can raise the driving age for teenagers, and then we give them cell phones, and there's no net gain. You know, we go back to where we were before in the same accident rate. So we have to make something that breaks the paradigm, that really shifts something. The last question, which has already been asked, from your point of view, from the zoning point of view, is there anything we can do?
From the zoning.
This is a question for both of you. That's what we do. We basically turn the dials on the zoning, basically. And we turn them on projects too, but we're really, the big map is the zoning.
I mean, the only thing that comes to mind goes to your point about vehicles and having a lot of cars. If you have a lot of cars, then you have more opportunity for collisions. It's just, that's the way it goes. And so doing things that get people to prioritize other modes such as eliminating parking minimums in the downtown so we can focus on other modes. Doing things like that and expanding that type of idea to make it so that people are driving less just through the design of projects, that I think would be the one way through zoning.
So just reduce the number of cars.
Yeah, I mean, less auto-dominated society, there's fewer cars, so there's fewer opportunities for collisions to happen.
Okay, thank you. Sean?
Just have a couple of quick suggestions. One thing that's new in 2019 that wasn't new in 2018 is the right of pedestrians to enter a crosswalk during the flashing on don't walk light. Anecdotally, I noticed a change immediately at the intersection of Pico and 20th. It would be worth studying incidents to see whether or not that change is contributing, because it makes it much harder to make a right turn anywhere. And I think the natural resolution would be extending on certain intersections the hard don't stop, not flashing interval before you go to a yellow light and prevent the turn so that cars have an opportunity to clear. Again, don't know what the data is, would be really interested to know whether that contributes to failure to yield driver frustration, et cetera, et cetera. 26th and Olympic I see on the list. I mention it only because we got caught at it. We sat through recently the other week, we sat through 3 or 4 cycles where we were not given a left turn onto Olympic. And again, I don't know whether data I finally called and sort of said, I think there's something wrong with the intersection. People were starting to venture out against the light because it just wasn't changing. So I wonder whether there's a connection between sort of signal timings and processing with, again, behavior it would be worth following. And then the last thing is a really minor point, but goes to this question of how we integrate. You mentioned that the website is going to have an opportunity for people to report unsafe intersections or places like that. Yeah. Can you also please add that to the Santa Monica Works app as a field? Because I think asking people, what we've spent a lot of time and effort telling people, if you have to report something to the city, pull out your cell phone and go to the Santa Monica Works app. And now we're going to tell them that for this one thing, you need to go to this other website. That's confusing and fragmenting. So yes, by all means collect it through that website, but please do add the field in the Santa Monica Works app, which I think we now control rather than the vendor. So it should be a little bit more straightforward and gather the data from both places, because we're trying to get people to go there. So that's where they'll be. Thanks.
Can we put that
Richard.
map on the Planning Commission website?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Can we put the map and the links back to the campaign on the Planning Commission website on the front page? I'm actually trying to get it a little higher in the ecosphere. There is a reason, because the higher visibility you make these things, when there's a discussion about crashes and where they take place, that's when you start to get people focusing on the issue. I'm sure those top 10 are not much dissimilar to what they were 5 years ago and 10 years ago. We've got the numbers on it. I mean, that is one thing we could
Actually, what I thought where you were going with this was, the whole concept of things like Waze is that it looks at the whole city and finds underutilized roads and then steers you down those roads. Well, here you can look at the whole city. Because we live in a grid, and pretty orthogonal grid, you could say, well, if I have a choice between driving down Wilshire or driving down Santa Monica, I'd be better off if I drove down Santa Monica.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And if you're riding a bike, you wouldn't ride it on Wilshire. I mean, there's an interesting issue. Bike backbone is Broadway, but we have 3 or 4 all-way stop signs, which stops people riding bikes. And if they go through them, the cops have run sting operations down there. They push people on to Santa Monica and to Colorado, which, as we see, are not the safest places in the world to be. So really, there is little we can do in some ways, but we can put visibility on it. That's really all I'm asking.
And we can, when frankly, I mean, I'm looking at the intersection of 23rd and I believe that's Cloverfield and Santa Monica, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I asked this obliquely, right, about this project that we just had at 1618 Stanford. What's the Safe Routes to School connection? I think it could be very helpful in staff reporting and the presentation of projects for us to understand the relationship of proposed projects to some of these high frequency intersections. I mean, it would be natural for us when we're thinking about, say, I don't know, a development agreement in the mid-city area really close to Cloverfield and Santa Monica to say, well, what are we going to recommend to the city council that it expect from that project when it comes to reducing traffic traffic collisions and other incidents at this very high frequency location? If we know that in advance, we can highlight it in our questions to applicants, even at the DRP level, because it just more attention will yield more attention.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us?
No, I mean, I think that's an actually really interesting idea, and I mean, if our colleagues in the city planning division are welcome to, or open to the idea, we could maybe put something in that table that is kind of standard in all the reports that says on the priority network, yes, no, and it could be kind of part of your standard boilerplate.
Okay, well, thank you for your report, and keep up the good work. It's saving lives, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. Any other new business? Going once, going twice? Okay, we're adjourned.